What is up, guys? My name is Harris, and welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Christmas Day. I hope all the presents have been opened, the families haven't argued, and you're having a good day. If you're watching this after Christmas, I hope your Christmas was good. Today, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys can tell by the title, this is the video, the top 100 favorite movies list. I can't believe that we've actually managed to get all the way to Christmas. I'm hoping this is getting uploaded on Christmas, or this is going out on Christmas. Yeah, I hope you guys had a good Christmas. Mine was pretty goddamn good, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the Christmas Eve stream last night. Wow, the unboxings were really fun. The chatting with you guys was really fun, and just having general fun with you guys, talking about Christmas and whatever else we talked about there was really fun. Yeah, I'm still a tad bit sick, so yeah, hopefully that doesn't deter you guys from watching the rest of this video. I'm gonna stop rambling about general Christmas stuff when this clearly isn't being filmed on Christmas, and it's clearly not uploaded on Christmas because this is probably going up on the 23rd, just premiering on Christmas. But yeah. So guys, the top 100 movies of all time. I was about to do the outro. I was about to do the outro for a second. But the top 100 movies. What I'm gonna do, boys, is I'm gonna show a poster of the movie on the left side or on the right side of the screen, and I'm going to hold up the DVD for the first roughly 50 or so movies. I have spoilers for some of the movies. I have those. So yeah. I'm going to show off what movies I do have on DVD. If you guys saw the DVD collection, you guys will have already seen all of these movies before. And wouldn't it be just funny? Wouldn't it just be funny that on Christmas Eve, and guys, spoiler, but obviously this isn't going up on Christmas because the two packages that were here are not open from Christmas Eve. Obviously, I'm not recording this on Christmas. Wouldn't it just be funny if both these packages somehow contained movies that were made for this list, so this video is immediately outdated? I think it'd be hilarious. And I'm not being sarcastic. I genuinely think it'd be hilarious for Christmas Eve. I hope it's like, oh, this is so cool. This is for the top 100 movies list, and then it's not. But yeah, enough rambling. Enough rambling. We're going to get into the video. Number 100. And I'm also going to give very brief plot descriptions and reasons why I like these movies without spoiling too much. When we get later in the list, the more I like a movie, the more I'm likely to spoil about it, though. The more I'm likely to spoil it. Number 100, my 100th favorite movie of all time is The Room. Now, the reason I love The Room so much is because of how ridiculous it is and the story behind the actual movie. The movie itself pretty much stars Tommy Wiseau as this character who's pretty much just Tommy Wiseau as he tries to get married. Is the very minimum. It just deals with him going through life. It's the very minimum I can say about this movie. I'm not going to spoil a goddamn thing about this. But goddamn, if you guys can track down a copy of The Room, holy shit, please watch it, because this movie is so terrible that it's amazing, and there's a reason it's on the list. It's just a beautiful, hilarious mess of a film, and you cannot stop watching once you start. Track down a copy, illegal or legal. TheRoomMovie.com. I think you can get like 3 pairs of boxers if you order the DVD. It's like $20, so you get a free DVD with your boxers. I think that's perfectly fine. I haven't gone through with that yet because I don't got fucking money. So, The Room. It's a funny movie, and yeah. I'm going to try and make this video less than 4 hours less than 4 hours, which is what it was last year. But, and yeah, barely anyone watched all 4 hours. If you guys did, you're an OG, and you're absolutely incredible. Number 99 is A Nightmare on Elm Street, which is the first movie that I do actually own on DVD with the slipcover, the Infinifilm New Line Platinum Series DVD. Basically, this movie stars Freddy Krueger, who's played by Robert Englund, as this serial rapist. I forget if they revealed that in the first movie or the second one or whatever. But, he was a former serial rapist who got burned alive, and now he's coming back alive. He's come back in the dreams of the children of those who burned him alive, to kill them one by one. And it's up to Nancy, who's Heather Langenkamp, I believe, right? I believe. It's up to her to try and stop Freddy, and it's a really great movie. It's a really scary film at certain points. When I was a kid, I was much more scared of this movie. Just watching it, I watched it, I want to say 2 to 3 years ago, I think. And it was just really good. It was just a really good watch. It wasn't even, like, super scary or anything. Johnny Depp, I think everyone's mentioned this. This is the introduction of Johnny Depp to cinema. So that's one really goddamn good thing this movie does. Another is Freddy Krueger is just really badass in this film. Not badass, he's really legitimately intimidating and terrifying when you watch this movie. There's a reason I went as Freddy for Halloween one year. Probably, I think it was 2012, 2013 is when I went. But just a really, really solid movie. I watched this for the first time probably about a decade ago, actually. And I've enjoyed it ever since. So, Nightmare on Elm Street, it's a very, very solid film. The first of many movies, believe me, many, that are going to be on this list that I also own on DVD or Blu-ray. Number 98. I'm going to try and track I'm going to try and track what number all these movies are, but there's no guaranteeing. Number 98 is Death Wish. This stars Bruce Willis. This is not the original. This is the remake. This is not a great movie, but I like it. I think Bruce Willis actually is not bad at all in this film. I think he's actually pretty good. Yeah, I think he's I think he's actually really, really good as the main hero in this film. Of course, it's a remake of I believe it's a Roger Corman film from the 70s. Is I believe what it's a remake of. I've not seen the original. I plan to, but yeah, this one I thought I thought a lot of the effects that the film worked with was really, really solid. I thought, it's very much your basic revenge film. The tagline: "They came for his family, now he's coming for them." They some bad guys hurt Bruce Willis's family. I believe they kill his wife and his daughter. And now he's looking for revenge. It's a classic revenge movie. I like it, even though I know it's not amazing. I like it. The controversy when it came out about, it's promoting gun violence, when like every action film does that, technically, if you want to go by what that logic was. Aside from that, it's a really, really great film. Not a great film. It's a really great film for what I like to enjoy as a film. The part where Bruce Willis cuts that guy's thigh open, that was so cringing. I had to look away, but I couldn't stop looking at the screen. There's a lot of really fun moments in this film to me, and I think it does good building on his character, and I'm hoping for a sequel. I'm hoping they make a sequel to this one, which I believe there were sequels to the Roger Corman film, so hoping for that. But yeah. And also, Dean Norris is also in this. I forgot to mention Dean Norris, who was Hank on Breaking Bad, is in this film. So you're probably going to like that, which I did. I don't know if this is anything in sign language. If it is, I apologize for those who are watching in sign language, and if it means anything offensive. But yeah. Number 97 is The Gift. This came out in 2015. This stars Jason Bateman, Rebecca Hall, and Joel Edgerton, who I believe also wrote and directed it. I believe. I know for sure he directed it. I believe he also wrote it. This is a solid film. I think it's a little bit underrated. I saw this on Netflix about 3-4 months ago with my best friend, and it's just a really, really good movie. Basically, the plot of it is Jason Bateman and his wife, played by Rebecca Hall, are I don't know if there's any relation to Anthony Michael Hall. So if you're asking that, A, I can't hear you through the screen, and B, I just had a feeling you were gonna ask that. So yeah, this is gonna go for 7 hours. I'm calling it now. This video is 7 hours long. But stars Jason Bateman and Rebecca Hall, who have Jason Bateman's a very successful, I believe, businessman, and or some type of businessman, and he ends up moving into this house with his wife, and it turns out Joel Edgerton lives near there, and he was a former friend of Jason Bateman's in high school, and he starts to reconnect with them, and he ends up getting a little too close with them and a little too personal, and so they end up ditching him, but he's not going away, and that's all I want to reveal about this movie. The twist that happens in this movie, I didn't see coming, and I don't know if it's because I'm an idiot when it comes to watching movies, and I get suckered into the plot, and I don't see twat twists coming. I don't see plot twists coming, or if it's just because they actually hit it that well. But the twist that this movie has is legitimately really, really solid and makes you think and makes you really, really want a sequel to this movie, which unfortunately we're probably not going to get. We're probably not going to get a sequel to this. But it's on Netflix, or at least it was last time I checked. Go check out The Gift. It's a really solid film. And Jason Bateman, he's great in pretty much everything he's in dramatically. He's great in this. He's great in Ozark. He's really funny in Arrested Development. There's a few other things I've seen him in. Horrible Bosses. He's pretty solid. So The Gift, I enjoy it. Not an amazing film, but it's pretty good. It's pretty okay. Next up is the Buddy Holly story, coming in at, I believe, number 96, which this is another one that I do own on DVD. Again, if you guys watch the top 100 if you guys watch the DVD collection or the movie collection, then you guys will know what movies I do or don't have that appear on the list. And yeah, the Buddy Holly story. It's an okay film. I like it. It's one that I remember watching with my dad one time when the power went out and all we had was our laptop. So I popped this in, and it was an enjoyable watch. It was fun. Big respect to this movie over any other biopic is that it doesn't show the origin of the band and Buddy Holly starting to find out he likes music. The movie legitimately opens with them just already playing at a local roller rink. It starts with them already having gotten together and already playing music, and it's I like that. Gary Busey I think is really, really good as Buddy Holly. I think he's really, really solid. Probably a really, really underrated performance in my opinion. He really does look like Buddy Holly in a lot of the scenes, and big props to the makeup people for doing him up like that. But basically, if you know the story of Buddy Holly, then you know the story of this movie. It shows Buddy Holly as he becomes extremely famous, the falling out with bands and whatnot, and yeah, and all that shit, and spoiler, dying, because if you don't know Buddy Holly's dead, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, the Buddy Holly story, it's a decent film. I got this for $1. I was very happy about that, and yeah, Buddy Holly story. It's an okay film. Check it out. If you're not big into biopics, you're not gonna like it. If you want a biopic that kind of strays away from the biopic formula, you might like it. So, Buddy Holly story, I think it's okay. Next up is Leon the Professional, or as it's more commonly known now for some reason, The Professional. Basically, it stars Leon, played by Jean Reno, and Natalie Portman in her first ever role. They're really damn good in this movie. They're really, really solid together. Basically, it stars Leon, who lives in this apartment complex that Natalie Portman's, I don't know why I keep wanting to call her Natalia Dyer. Natalie Portman is in. Natalie Portman is in with her family. Hitmen come and kill her family. She shows up afterwards and finds them. Leon takes her in, Leon takes her in to his house. And basically, she wants to learn how to be a hitman, like he is. He wants to be a professional. And the whole movie is pretty much them, trying to catch these bad guys. And the main one, played by Gary Oldman, who acts his ass off in such a hilarious manner. This movie's worth it just to see Gary Oldman not taking the script seriously in the slightest. But it doesn't take itself away from the film. I think Jean Reno and Natalie Portman are really damn good in this movie. It's a really solid story. Has a really, really good writing, actually. Really good writing, even though it is done by Luc Besson, who also did Lucy, which I don't believe is on the list. No, it is not on the list. And there's a little bit of iffiness there. But yeah, Luc Besson directed this film. It's pretty solid. I really, really want to get it. Who knows? Maybe one of the two things that were open on Christmas Eve is that. Who knows? I'm really hoping it is now. Just so, it's holy shit, he guessed it. I actually don't know if Leon the Professional is on my wish list in the Amazon wish list, which links in the description if you want to send anything my way. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, Leon the Professional, it's a really good movie, and please check it out. Next up is Bubba Hotep, which is another one I do have on DVD, which I just realized how similar the poster and the box art look. This movie is a Bruce Campbell film, which should already tell you as much as it needs to. But basically, Bruce Campbell is Elvis. He is not an Elvis impersonator. He is Elvis. Ozzie Davis is Black JFK, who got dyed black after the false assassination. And they're both in this retirement home. And this mummy, a 3,000-year-old mummy, who comes back to life to kill all the old folks, to suck the souls out of their assholes, to regain his life. and it's up to Elvis and Black JFK to stop him. If that doesn't get you hooked on the movie, I don't know what will. I don't know what will. I mean, aside from the fact that the DVD is actually a little bit rare, so, and the fact that I got it for $1, so yeah. But this is a great film, and also I want to point out that the Bruce Campbell is incredible when it comes to audio commentaries, because he did an audio commentary in character as Elvis, which is maybe the greatest commentary he's ever gonna do. I've not listened to the one he's done for Evil Dead yet, unfortunately, but yeah. Bubba Hotep, it's a really, really goddamn funny movie. It's really good. I really enjoy this one. I gotta rewatch it. It's been a while since I've checked out this movie, but goddamn it, Bubba Hotep. It's just fun to say Bubba Hotep, but it's a really, really good movie. And yeah, big shout out to James Rolfe of Cinemassacre for doing a Monster Madness on this movie, because if he hadn't, I would not know that there's a movie that exists with Elvis Presley and Black JFK with a mummy that sucks the souls out of people's assholes. Again, that's all you need to know about this movie. Please check it out. Next up is Primal Fear, which is another movie that I own on DVD. Another movie. This movie stars Richard Gere and Edward Norton in his very first role, I believe. His very first acting role. Basically, Richard Gere is a attorney, and he is a defense attorney, and he has to defend Edward Norton's character, who is named... I'm looking on the back of the DVD. What's his name? Okay, well, they don't say his name on the back of the DVD, unfortunately. But has to defend Edward Norton, who's an altar boy who is being accused of murdering a father of the church, and it eventually comes out that he has split personality disorder, and the other personality, who I remember, is called Roy. Everyone believes that he did it, but I'm trying to remember what the fuck Edward Norton believes that it was Roy that did it. And as the movie goes along, we're trying to figure out if it was him or if it was Roy that did it. And it's just a really good movie. It's a really good drama. Frances McDormand is in it for a couple scenes. Laura Linney is pretty solid in this. Richard Gere, probably his only good acting role, actually, funny enough. And Edward Norton, really damn good for a first-time actor. He is really, really solid in this movie. Also, funny enough, I want to point out on the back of this DVD, because this came out in 2016, they credit Edward Norton for Fight Club, not bad, and The Incredible Hulk, which I think is really funny. But yeah, Primal Fear, it's a pretty good movie. I enjoy it. Richard Gere, not amazing, but I like him in this movie. He's tolerable. It's a pretty good movie, and it's another one that I got to rewatch in the future. So, Primal Fear clocks in. Next up is Black Swan. This is another movie that stars Natalie Portman. This also has Mila Kunis. Vincent Cassel and Winona Ryder is also in it. Wish I had this one on DVD. I'm just gonna hold up Primal Fear and act like it's Black Swan. No, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, Black Swan. This is a pretty good movie. It's from 2010. It is directed by Darren Aronofsky. Very much not what I expected, because I saw this movie for the first time this year. I thought, oh, it's just a stupid ballet movie. And then I watched it. I was like, holy shit, yeah, no, this is not that. Because I heard it's a really good drama. So I was like, yeah, I like dramas, whatever. But basically this movie focuses on Natalie Portman as she's trying to get the role of Black Swan, in the aforementioned play. And basically it's her trying to get there, and Mila Kunis' character is kind of the shoo-in, in a way, kind of a shoo-in for it. Winona Ryder plays the washed-up actress who's trying to get who's retiring at the end of the season when Black Swan is going to be premiering. And basically, there's a lot of psychological horror elements of it, which is something I really, really liked about the movie, and I wasn't expecting that from either Darren Aronofsky or a movie like this. Winona Ryder's great in this. Natalie Portman, arguably her best performance. I'd argue it's Leon the Professional, but I would absolutely understand if you think it's Black Swan. I think this was probably number 2 for Natalie Portman. Mila Kunis is just Mila Kunis. She doesn't really act like anything. It's just Mila Kunis. Vincent Cassel's pretty good in this. He plays the French director of the play really, really well. He's actually pretty solid in this movie. I gotta watch more of his stuff. If he's in more English films, not to be racist, just I can't speak French, and I don't like watching foreign movies with subtitles. I prefer if they're in English, but I mean, hey, Old Boy is a movie I want to watch with subs on, so I mean, hey, call me a hypocrite. I probably am. But yeah, Black Swan. It's pretty good. I'm butchering some of the plot, but it's kind of on purpose to not give you guys the whole ass plot of the film if you haven't seen it before, which if you haven't, please check it out. I believe it's on Netflix. I think. Don't quote me on that for sure, but I believe it's on Netflix because I'm pretty sure that's how I watched it, was Netflix. If not, then it was probably Amazon Prime. I think. Again, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, Black Swan. It's a pretty good film. Please check it out. Next up is Maniac, which is a really, really good film to follow up Black Swan, which actually I wanted to mention. That movie has some really, really good visual effects. Right off the top of my head, the scene where Natalie Portman has those little pricky things coming out of her back, and she's trying to peel them off. And the scene, because she's a ballerina, her toenails start falling off, and the scene where she's trying to pull one off, that was really, really just like, trying to look away from the screen. It's like Death Wish, you know, you want to look away, but it, like something so gruesome coming on the screen, and it's just like, you want to look away, but you kind of can't. Same goes with this movie, Maniac, which I do have on DVD, starring Elijah Wood. This is a really solid remake. In my opinion, how to do a horror movie remake. This is a remake of another, I think, Roger Corman classic from the 70s, which again, I've never seen. I don't know why I'm calling it a classic. But yeah, Elijah Wood basically plays this guy, and he has a fetish for, what does it say exactly? For scalps. A fetish for scalps, and he has to scalp, specifically women. And it's a really fucking gruesome film. The special effects in this film, the visual effects that they do in this movie are absolutely insane. Like, there's some scenes where he is scalping people, and it's like, holy shit, they must have done this for real. I mean, obviously, you know they didn't, but that's how real this movie looks. There's a scene where he's slicing up someone's back, and it looks real. Like, this movie isn't necessarily isn't a movie that is made to watch for the plot or meant to watch for character development. It's more a gore fest, not necessarily a gore fest because there's a little bit of character, but it definitely is a character. It definitely is a very special effects or visual effects based film. He actually also, I forgot to mention, he actually develops a friendship with an art student who is a woman, and he tries to control his urges to scalp her. And it's really, really good. There's a lot of really good suspense. There's a lot of really solid scenes that happen, like the poster, where it's in a POV setting, and you see the camera like it's his eyes, like he's looking around trying to find someone to scalp. And there's really, really solid scenes in this movie. And I think, like I said, I think it's a proper way to do a horror movie remake. Despite not having seen the original, I get the plot of it, but I can tell they modernized it a bit and made it arguably better. I'm not going to say straight up better because, again, I haven't seen the original yet. But they made it at least more modern, but in a way that doesn't completely date it. It's, it's a story from 2012 that tells it, you know? It's not, it's a movie that happened in 2012. You can tell it came out in 2012, you know? But yeah, Maniac from 2012, right? Yeah, 2012. I thought it might have been 2011, but no. So yeah, Elijah Wood in Maniac. This is a really, really damn good movie. I just noticed we are not even out of the 90s yet, which I gotta try and hurry this shit up. But yeah. Next up is Mr. Bean's Holiday. This is a damn funny movie. Rowan Atkinson obviously stars as Mr. Bean, and basically he's trying to win a trip to Cannes in French, trying to win a trip to Cannes, the Cannes Film Festival in France, and hilarity ensues. It's Mr. Bean. I love this movie as a kid. I really enjoy it now. I rewatched it about a year ago, I want to say. And, yeah, I just had so much fun with this movie. And it was just really, really, really fun to watch. And, yeah, really happy I own this movie on DVD. And, yeah, please check it out. It's just a great movie. There's not really much to say. It's just really, really fun. You can give a basic plot summary. It's just a really fun movie. So, check it out. Next up is World's Greatest Dad, which stars Robin Williams. It is directed by Bobcat, which I think is all I need to say about this movie. It has Junie from Spy Kids, which is hilarious if you've seen the movie, and if you haven't, or if you have and you didn't know it's him, you're going to be extremely shocked because, yes, he is the son. Basically, this movie stars Robin Williams as a writer who is trying to get his big break, and his son is extremely fucking perverted and extremely fucking dumb. genuinely dumb. I mean, I guess I could say I was happy when he died because it's a plot. It's in the basic plot summary. But basically, his son is extremely perverted, and he ends up dying from autoerotic asphyxiation, is I believe what it's called, by an accidental hanging. How they do it in the movie, it sounds really funny, but when they do show it in the movie, like how he dies and Robin Williams' reactions, it's actually almost heartbreaking because Robin Williams is a fucking great actor, and this is one of his, I don't want to say one of his best roles, but it's definitely a great dramatic film for him. There's a movie that you're going to see later. If you watch Slasher's Countdown, you guys know what movie it is that I'm going to be talking about. And funny enough, there's actually a Robin Williams movie that I'm looking at right now that's going to be a little bit of a better performance. But that one scene where his son he finds his son dead, it's really, really, really good. I really like that scene. But his son dies, and to avoid posthumously embarrassing his son, he writes up a suicide note and ends up writing eventually a whole journal that ends up getting popular as his son's suicide notes and his son's mental health ramblings, basically. And it's basically him trying to get around telling people what happened, and it's a really, really good movie. The plot makes it sound like it's really depressing, and parts of it are. Parts of it do get depressing, especially the scene, like I said, where Robin Williams' son ends up killing himself, and Robin Williams finds him. But it's a really good movie. It's really, really funny, actually. It's really, really funny. Darren Sabrina is his name. Darren Sabra. Sorry, Darren Sabra, who, again, was Junie in Spy Kids, which gave me some humor. Hearing some of the stuff they had him say in this movie, and just thinking, that's Junie. And it was really, really funny. So I'd go into this movie with a mindset of, this is the kid from Spy Kids. And you might get a little bit extra laughter out of it. But it's a really good movie. I think World's Greatest Dad is kind of underrated as a Robin Williams film. Because it is a Robin Williams film. It's honestly, if you cast just about anyone else in this movie, I don't know if it's as good as it is. I don't know if it's just because I really, really like Robin Williams, or because I really, really like really dark movies that are just dark comedies, which is probably both, honestly. It's probably both. But World's Greatest Dad, it's a solid film, and check it out. I wish I had a DVD copy to hold up, but not yet. Maybe next year. Who knows? We'll see. Next up is Airheads. This is a very lighthearted film, especially compared to World's Greatest Dad. This is a movie that stars Brendan Fraser, Steve Buscemi, and yes, that is Adam Sandler. It stars them as a rock band who is trying to get a reputation as a really bad rock band, not musically, but as a bad reputation. And they can't get their music played, so they hold up a radio station for them to play their music, but the audio tape breaks, and so they have to try and get the backup without leaving, because the police are there to arrest them, but they can't arrest them because they're holding the radio station hostage. And it's really, really funny. Adam Sandler is fucking great in this movie. Steve Buscemi is hilarious. Brendan Fraser. The movie would honestly be better without him. But Airheads, it's fun. It's dumb, it's stupid, but it's a fun movie. I enjoy it. It sucks that it's really hard to find, because I'd love to have a DVD copy of this already. And yeah, Adam Sandler, one of his very first films, actually, so it's pretty solid. Chris Farley is also in this. Chris Farley's in this. There's a lot of SNL alumni in this one, actually. There's like 2 or 3 other guys that I can't remember, but I remember seeing them like, hey, they were in that thing with Adam Sandler, and they were on SNL, you know? So yeah, Airheads, if you wanna see a movie where you can say, hey, it's that guy, or if you want to just laugh at a dumb comedy, this is the movie for you. Next up is Natural Born Killers, which is a movie that I do own on DVD. Unfortunately, this is the 1-disc uncut version. This is not the version with the 2-disc special edition cut, unfortunately. Well, this is the director's cut, or as it's called, the uncut version, as I prefer to unrated or director's cut. But yeah, this movie stars Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis as a pair of psychopath serial killers, and them basically just trying to outrun Robert Downey Jr., who is the host of the show. Please tell me they say, because I forget. God damn it, they don't say. But basically this show, which glorifies serial killers, and Tommy Lee Jones, who's trying to put them in jail, as Downey and Tommy Lee Jones team up to try and take down Mickey and Mallory, Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis. Rodney Dangerfield's also in this, and he's very perverted. He's very much molesting Juliette Lewis, who's his daughter, as they make it very abundantly clear without saying. It's Oliver Stone, so don't expect him to say anything very, very bluntly in this movie. Weirdly enough, despite the message of the film actually being very, very upfront, that being don't fucking glorify serial killers, which is something that somehow people still don't get. But yeah, funny enough, there's actually a bit of a funny story about this movie. I'm going to summarize it very quickly. Quentin Tarantino wrote this movie. That's right. I don't know if they mention it on the back of the DVD. They don't, but there's an original draft of the screenplay by Quentin Tarantino, which I believe focused on Downey Jr. and Tommy Lee Jones' characters more. But Oliver Stone bought the script away and ended up turning it into the movie that it is. And Quentin Tarantino hated it. And he said, if you're a fan of my stuff, avoid Natural Born Killers, which is funny because I like both Natural Born Killers and Quentin Tarantino stuff. So, yeah, I actually really, really like this film. I think it's really, really good. It's really cool looking into the minds of serial killers in this movie and seeing the response and how the public loves them pretty much, despite them being legitimate serial killers. Not like Woody Harrelson, but the characters being legitimate serial killers. So, Natural Born Killers, it's a great film. I believe I watched the uncut version. I believe I did. But Natural Born Killers, it's a great film. Please check it out. Next up is Panic Room, starring Jodie Foster, Dwight Yoakam, Kristen Stewart, Jared Leto, and Forest Whitaker, I believe. Yes, Forest Whitaker. This is a pretty solid film, another one I own on DVD, and another one that takes it the cover right from the poster. Basically, Jodie Foster and her daughter, played by Kristen Stewart, have just moved in to this house, and they find out it has a panic room. And it just so happens that night that three intruders, Forest Whitaker, Dwight Yoakam, and Jared Leto, invade the house. So they have to go into the panic room and mind games. This is directed by David Fincher, so you know it's going to be a damn good film. Love David Fincher. Maybe my favorite director. Don't hate me. I love Tarantino, but maybe I think it might be David Fincher. But yeah, this movie is pretty damn good. I really enjoy it. It's been a while since I've seen it. And also I want to point out in the panic room is what the intruders are looking for. So there's also that aspect, which is pretty solid. So yeah, Panic Room. Pretty solid film. I was actually really happy when I saw Dwight Yoakam in this movie because I was like, oh shit, that's Dwight Yoakam. And I was like, oh hell yeah, that is. And yeah, Panic Room. It's a solid film. If you want to see a country singer actually do really, really good at acting, then Panic Room's probably the movie for you. If you want to see a young Kristen Stewart that can actually act, this movie's for you. If you want to see Jared Leto, this movie probably isn't for you. But that's not implying that he dies or anything. I don't think he does. At least that's actually one thing I can't remember. But I just don't remember him being in it that much, unless my mind is just kind of wiped any memory of Jared Leto just because he's a fucking idiot. But who knows? Next up is Death to Smoochie. This is the Robin Williams film I was thinking about. This is Robin Williams, Edward Norton, Danny DeVito. Catherine Keener's also in this. There's a lot of really good actors in this. Basically, this movie, Robin Williams is, I forget what they say his name is, Randolph, Rainbow Randolph. And he is taking bribes from parents to put their children on his TV show to make the little snots happy. He gets found out, and he gets off TV. Edward Norton comes in as Smoochie the Rhino. And basically, Robin Williams is trying to kill Edward Norton as Smoochie. And it's just a fucking great dark comedy. It's really, really funny. The part where Rainbow Randolph sends Smoochie to the Nazi Riley and the guy, Hail Smoochie! It's a damn good scene. It's really solid. It's a really, really funny movie. I really enjoy it. Danny DeVito's pretty good in this. Catherine Keener, unlike other films, is actually tolerable in this film. Robin Williams is hilarious. Edward Norton is great, playing just a dumbass, really innocent guy, and it's hilarious. So yeah, it sucks that this genuinely wasn't a hit, because I think we could have maybe seen, not necessarily a sequel, but I think we could have seen Edward Norton being a Smoochie again. I don't know. I feel, oh yeah, Jon Stewart's also in this, by the way. I feel like, I don't know, if I make like some type of film or something, I'd want to get a reference to Smoochie in there. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, Death to Smoochie, I enjoy it. It's a fun movie. Next up is Mr. Deeds, yet another movie that I do own on Blu-ray, this time, not DVD. Actually, the first movie that I own on Blu-ray that appears on the list. This has Adam Sandler and Winona Ryder, so that should tell you all that it needs to. I love both Adam Sandler and Winona Ryder, so I'm going to love this movie. But, yeah, this is a really, really funny movie. Mr. Deeds, played by Adam Sandler. Goodfellow Deeds, or Longfellow Deeds. Longfellow Deeds is found out to be the owner of a very, very lucrative sum of money left behind by his, I believe it's his uncle, who, it's a $40 billion inheritance from a long-lost uncle, and he goes to grab it, and nobody can believe how nice he is, and Winona Ryder is eventually brought in by a news outlet to try and prove that he isn't as nice as he is, and there's really, really funny scenes. The scene where they make it look like he's throwing the cats out the window is maybe the funniest scene in the movie to me. I laugh every time I see it because it's fucking hilarious. John Turturro's in this, and he's fucking great. He's hilarious. Alan Covert's in this, and he's not great. Alan Covert brings down any movie that he's in, but I apologize for butchering his name. Eric Avey, who's in this. He's the bald guy with the beard. He's really, really funny in this. He's funny in anything he's in. Peter Gallagher's fucking great in this. He's in American Beauty as well. He's great in any movie he's in. And Mr. Deeds, I like this movie. It's really, really funny. Really happy to own it on Blu-ray. So please check it out and enjoy it and watch it and savor Winona Ryder and Adam Sandler in this movie. And then just watch the movie and then get it on Blu-ray is what I mean to say. Yeah. Next up is 25th Hour. This is the only the only Spike Lee movie that is actually any good, which is the only one also that I have on DVD, which is very funny because this is a Disney movie because it's by Touchstone. Edward Norton is found to have drags. I see you smoking some drags. Edward Norton is a ex-criminal who has drugs in his house, and they're planted there. I believe it's brought up that he's planted there, I think. But, his character is Monty Montgomery Brogan, and he's about to go to jail for 7 years. And the whole movie kind of takes place within a day as he's trying to figure out a way to leave and just kind of escape incarceration. And it's a really damn good movie. The fuck you rant is maybe one of my favorite monologues in a film, and it's a self monologue. It's in a mirror just to himself. It's a really, really damn good monologue. It's a great cast as well. Edward Norton, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Barry Pepper, Rosario Dawson, Anna Paquin, Brian Cox is in this. This is a really damn good film, and it's the only good Spike Lee film. And big shout out to David Benioff for the screenplay, because he wrote a really damn good screenplay to this movie. And yeah, I like 25th Hour. I think it's a really, really solid film. And I'm going to rewatch it because it's been a little while since I've seen it again. But god damn it, this is a really, really good film. So yeah, 25th Hour. It's a good film. Check it out. Next up is Prisoners, which is a movie I wish I had on DVD yet again, but unfortunately I don't. This movie stars Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal. Hugh Jackman is a dad who ends up, I believe his daughter is kidnapped. Yes, his daughter gets kidnapped. And Jake Gyllenhaal is brought in as someone to investigate and to find his daughter. Viola Davis, I forget who Viola Davis is actually in this movie, but I know she's really good. Terrence Howard is good. Paul Dano is fucking incredible in this movie. Paul Dano maybe steals the show from Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal. A lot of the scenes I remember in this movie feature Paul Dano as a mentally handicapped kid who Hugh Jackman believes stole his daughter. And it's a really, really good film. I'm not going to spoil much about it. But yeah, check out this movie. Paul Dano is great in this. I gotta watch more movie season if he's anywhere near as good as he is in this film. Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal are great. Hugh Jackman's kind of at his best when he can just be a pissed off old man and yell at a bunch of people. That's kind of when Hugh Jackman's at his best, in my opinion. And he is arguably at his best in this film. He's just... There were some points, though, where I'd see him yelling and I just laughed and I'm like, god damn it, how many times is he going to yell in this movie? Are they going to make him yell? And then there's other points where it happens, I'm like, genuinely like, holy shit, like, fuck. You know, like, calm down, Hugh, Jesus. You know, like, there's a few points where he, like, genuinely seems pissed off. It's just a really, really solid film, and I believe it happens on Christmas when his daughter gets taken away. So this is a Christmas movie, or it's no, it's Thanksgiving. Sorry, it's not Christmas. It's Thanksgiving, and it's a really solid film again. So please, yeah, check it out, Prisoners. I've only seen it once, but it's stuck with me. It's really good. So Terrence Howard is his friend, actually. Hugh Jackman's friend is Terrence Howard, is what I remember. So yeah, Prisoners. It's a good film. Again, I'm not spoiling too much about these films. Please go watch them. Next up is The Sisters Brothers. This is a pretty good film. It's John C. Reilly and Joaquin Phoenix, who I believe makes his first appearance on the list. They're brothers. They're the Sisters Brothers in the Old Wild West, and or not Old Wild West, but it's yeah, somewhere in the past. I think in the 1800s they said. But yeah, basically they're the Sisters Brothers, and they're trying to find this, like, a vat of gold. This, like, big lake that has a bunch of gold in it, so they can get rich and stop doing what they're doing, because I believe it's Joaquin Phoenix who's considering getting out of it to start a family, I believe. And they run into Jake Gyllenhaal and Riz Ahmed, who Jake Gyllenhaal's really good in this film, and they try and help them along the way as some guys are trying to find them and fucking kill them. So, yeah. The one thing I will spoil about this film, this movie, the scene where they do find the ocean that they're looking for, and they have to pour this, like, oil in because it lights up all the gold for them to find it and pull it out and whatever, and they have to, you know, get out every once in a while and just, you know, wash themselves because the oil burns them. The scene that scene when Joaquin Phoenix just hasn't been washing himself, and he's just going in, getting the gold, and his hands, like, burning him because every time he goes in it burns more and more. And the scene where he's going and grabbing the oil rig and he's walking on the log trying to just dump it in, and it fucking gets all over his arm, and the scream that Joaquin Phoenix lets out in that scene sounds so real, and it's stuck with me ever since. Like, sometimes I'll just hear that scream, like, holy fuck, Joaquin Phoenix is such a good actor. And this is a film that definitely proves that he is really good in this film. And it's a movie I think a lot of people should watch. If you're a fan of old westerns, you probably like it. If you ignore the modern cameras and you just try and think of it as an old Wild West film, but it's really good. It's a really solid drama film. And John C. Reilly's great in this. I've gushed about Joaquin Phoenix for the past minute, but John C. Reilly's really good in this. Jake Gyllenhaal's pretty good in this as well. Jake Gyllenhaal's really good. Riz Ahmed, who I'm not particularly a fan of, but I think he was actually pretty solid in this film. It's just a really good film. It sucks that it's kind of underrated. I hope it gets higher rated, and it's a good film. That's all I gotta say about it, really. Next up is Al Pacino's Scarface. I own this movie on both standard DVD and on Blu-ray. Everyone knows the story of Scarface. Al Pacino is this guy, Tony Montana, who eventually who wants to become a mobster and a drug dealer, and he does, and he becomes powerful, and yeah, stuff like that happens. It's a damn good film. It's a really solid film. I don't want to spoil much about the film, about what happens, even if you guys haven't. Even if you guys haven't seen Scarface, I'm not gonna. If you guys have seen Scarface, I'm not gonna spoil much. It's just a really solid, really damn good film, and it's probably the best way you can remake a movie, by taking the original source material and just making it fucking great. Brian De Palma had a great directing, directed this film kind of to perfection. Oliver Stone wrote the screenplay, which I think should tell you all it has to about how good this film is going to be. When you got Brian De Palma, Al Pacino, and Oliver fucking Stone all together, that should tell you how good a movie is going to be. And yeah, this musical score by Giorgio Moroder, I believe is how you say his name, is really damn good. And of course, Push It to the Limit. Everyone knows Push It to the Limit. It's a damn good song. Yeah, Scarface. It's a great film. The one part that I really don't like, the one part that I think is really fucking weird, is at the end. Spoiler alert, is, well, not really spoiler, because I'm not gonna say like exactly what happens in the ending, but just this one little section. It's really, really fucking weird. But at the end of the movie, because Tony Montana's trying to protect his sister throughout the film, You know, like I believe she's almost going out with one of his friends, and he tells her not to because obviously he's a mobster, it's probably dangerous and whatever. And obviously he's trying to protect his sister. And at the end of the movie, she's like gone insane pretty much. She's like reached her like boiling point, and so she goes into where I don't know if it's like an office or like his main area, and basically asks if he wants to fuck her, which is the fucking, it's such a weird scene in the movie because it comes out of fucking left field, you know, and obviously it doesn't happen, but it's just like some lines in there where she's like, no, stop, fucking stop, no, just you go sit down over there, let the fucking mobsters deal it out, and yeah, what happens, if you guys have seen the movie, what happens, and it's a really, really weird part of the movie, and it's probably the only real bad part of the film is that like 2 minutes where the sister comes in. I will admit though, she actually does give a good performance. The actress who portrays Tony's sister does give a really good performance in that scene and throughout the whole film. She is really solid. Obviously, Al Pacino though is incredible as Tony Montana, obviously, but everyone in this film really does good, and there was someone who's in this film. I forget if it's I forget her name. Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer. She's pretty good in this, and just everyone's really good in this film. Check out Scarface if you haven't yet. It's a really good film, and I think that's the first movie that I've ever talked about on the list where I've brought up something I hated more than something I liked more about the film. But Scarface is so damn good, you can only talk about what you don't like about it because that's how good the movie is. That makes sense in my mind. Next up is Old Country for Old Men. And by the way, guys, the only reason so many movies are ahead of Scarface is because I've only seen Scarface once. And if I saw it again, I'd really, really probably rank it probably in the top 50. But it's nearly 3 hours, so that kind of drags it down slightly. But No Country for Old Men, obviously, Javier Bardem is incredible in this film. He is absolutely just bone-chilling as his character. I forget the character's name, unfortunately, but god damn it, holy shit. This movie is carried by Javier Bardem, because holy shit, his performance, I don't want to say it straight up carries the film, but it definitely makes it a lot better than I think it would have been. And I believe he got robbed of the Best Actor award, and he genuinely did, in my opinion. Like, Javier Bardem should have won Best Actor for this film, because holy shit, he's really good in this. Basically, he's a guy who, Josh Brolin discovers a shit ton of money at a crime scene. He runs off with it. Tommy Lee Jones is trying to solve the crime, and Javier Bardem is someone who kind of notices Josh Brolin, and he's doing a bunch of sinister shit, and he's just really bone-chilling. And that's the best way for me to describe this film without spoiling anything, because it's the less you know about this movie, the better for when you finally watch it, because holy shit, it's a damn good Coen Brothers film. It is a really, really good Coen Brothers film. I could not recommend that movie enough to anyone who wants to watch it. So, No Country for Old Men. It's a great film. Next up is Three Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, which is one I used to have, but I don't because of the great DVD heist of 2021. Fuck movers. But yeah, Three Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. This is a movie that stars Frances McDormand, who on I believe it's the 1 year anniversary of her daughter's kidnapping and eventual rape and murder, she puts up these 3 billboards because the local police, who is headed by Woody Harrelson and also features Sam Rockwell, who's really funny in this movie, haven't done anything. They've tried, quote unquote, but they just haven't gotten anywhere with the case. And so she puts up these 3 billboards. I forget exactly what they said, but it's like county police, 1 year no answers, why, or something. It's something like that. It's really effective. And she puts them on a highway that almost no one goes down, but people do, and eventually it gets coverage. And it's a really, really good film. It's a really good film. There's a lot of drama in it. There's not a lot of like action. It's very much a talking head movie. And it's one that I really enjoy. It's a movie that I could watch probably over and over again if I had it on fucking DVD. But it's one I could watch over again and just like be fascinated by it and enjoy the film. Peter Dinklage is also in this as someone who has a crush on Frances McDormand. And he's a funny character, which sucks because Peter Dinklage can play really good and really, really kind of terrifying characters in dramatic films and TV. I've seen clips of him in Game of Thrones, and he's fucking great in that show. But yeah, he's pretty good in this. Everyone's pretty good in this movie. It's a good one. 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. I could not recommend it enough. Next up is Flushed Away. This is a DreamWorks Aardman film with Hugh Jackman and Kate Winslet, and I believe there's also some other actors that I really like in this movie. Jean Reno is, I believe, in this. I believe Jean Reno is in this. Basically, it stars Roddy, who's played by Hugh Jackman, and this little fucker up here, I forget his name, but that dude, he ends up flushing Roddy down the toilet, and taking over his life. And he runs into Rita. Roddy runs into Rita, played by Kate Winslet. And basically, they're trying to get him up to the surface in time for the World Series of Cup hockey, soccer stuff thing, sport ball stuff. but yeah, it's a really funny film. It's really charming. It's a really nice kids film. It's one that you can put on for your kid and kind of go away, do something else, let them watch the movie because you know it's not going to be offensive or anything. It's funny. There's some adult jokes hidden in there, but it's nothing like, you know, like other modern kids films do with like, oh yeah, that's really inappropriate for a kid. Like this has just adult humor, you know, like I say that and it sounds not bad, but it sounds like a modern kids film, but that's the best way for me to describe it. Is there are some jokes that are for adults that aren't just like inappropriate, you know. It's a good film. I really enjoy it. It's a movie that I could watch a lot. Peter Lord, I believe, produced this. No, he wrote the story for this one. Or he helped come up with the story for it. And it's a solid film. Flushed Away. I like it. It's Aardman. That's when you know it's probably going to be pretty goddamn good. So Flushed Away is on the list. Next up is Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, which is one I have on DVD. The reason I'm smiling because I remember seeing this movie in the cinema and seeing that poster when we were walking into the cinema or the theater, and I saw that poster. I was like, that's the movie we're gonna see. You know, I was a really weird 7-year-old, but yeah, I remember seeing that poster, and I was really, really happy. And so I get really happy whenever I see that movie. And I got this DVD in January of the next year, 2010, when it came out. And yeah, this is a really, 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 really good film. It's a Sony Pictures Animation film, which you would not expect goodness out of them. This stars Bill Hader, Anna Faris, James Caan, Andy Samberg, Bruce Campbell, Mr. T, Bobby J. Thompson, Neil Patrick Harris, Al Roker, Will Forte. This is a stacked cast for an animated film. Basically, Flint Lockwood, who is played by Bill Hader, is a scientist who's a very failed scientist. Every invention he's made, from when he was a kid to up until now, he just hasn't worked out for him. He's not been able to make anything that works until he invents this machine that creates food out of air, that that basically can create and solve world hunger. Not create world hunger, but it can solve world hunger. Things go wrong, it gets launched into the sky and starts occasionally raining food down on Swallow Falls, which is where they live. I believe it's Swallow Falls, I think. But yeah. And eventually stuff goes wrong and he has to try and fix it. So it's a really, really nice, fun kids film. The sequel I thought was okay, but I think this one is much better. It's a great film. If it's another one like Flushed Away, you can put it on for your kids and go away, or you can watch it and you'll enjoy it, you know. Again, it was a movie I saw as a kid. I really hate that I, for some reason, drew on the cover. I guess I was trying to write like 2 or something. I don't know what, but yeah, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It's a really, really fun movie. Weirdly enough, do you guys ever get that real quick? Do you guys ever get that? Where like you own a movie for so long that like you're so used to looking at the spine or whatever that eventually you look at the cover and you're just realizing like, yeah, no, this is the movie I own on DVD. It sounds weird, but like with this movie, like I'm so used to looking at the DVD cover when I'm doing these videos and whatever. So now I just looked at it for a second. I'm like, wait, no, yeah, I own this movie. Like this isn't just a movie that's for my screen. Like, no, I own this movie. This DVD cover is with me. I don't know if you guys ever get that. I'm retarded, in case you guys can't tell. Next up is Manchester by the Sea, which is a movie I hope I have. Fun fact, that was on my Amazon wish list. Who knows? Maybe I got it for Christmas Eve. Who knows? Who knows? But Manchester by the Sea, it stars Casey Affleck, Michelle Williams, Kyle Chandler, and Lucas Hedges. Basically, this movie stars Casey Affleck, who is a widow, because I don't know if there's a male word for widow, but I'm just going to call him a widow. He's a widowed husband who loses his... wait, am I allowed? I forget. Spoiler, maybe. Spoilers, potentially. I forget, genuinely. But he, again, mute. I'll do this when you can listen again. But he ends up, I'll give you guys a couple seconds to mute, and there you go. All right. Basically, he loses his wife and his 2 young kids in a house fire that he accidentally started. It's a long, contrived thing, but I'm not going to get into it. But he basically loses his family, and it's basically about him having to, I believe, move back to where he used to live and take care of his... But yeah, he has to move back. He has to move to this area. I forget where it is. I think it's Boston. To take care of, I believe it's Lucas Hedges' character, because I believe his brother's in jail or something, or his father's in jail or something, and he has to take care of the kid. And it's just a really, really good film. It's not a movie with too much action, but it's a really good film. Casey Affleck is fucking great in this film, especially one scene where, again, mute. I'll do this when you can listen again. But especially the scene right after we first see that his house had burned down and he lost his wife and kids. The scene where he's brought into a police station to be interrogated, basically. And funny enough, I actually saw this movie on it's like top 10 best performances or something. It's one of those non-Watch Mojo films where it just shows the clips. It doesn't talk over it. It just shows the clips. And I saw this clip randomly, and I was like, holy shit, yeah, that was a really good clip. What movie is that? And I looked it up, and that's how I wanted to see this film. But where he's taken into the police station, into custody, because they think that he might have done it on purpose. Obviously, we find in that scene that he didn't, and he's just really distraught over it. And the scene right after, where he's out of the police station and he's walking, and he sees the officer, and he tries to take the gun to shoot himself. That scene was fucking great, because Casey Affleck is able to emote so well in that scene that it almost feels real, like he wanted to kill himself for the movie. But that scene is really, really solid. I find it weird. I'm just noticing now, there's a lot of movies that involve a lot of death and suicide that I really enjoy for the plots. And the suicide's like, oh yeah, that also happens in there. I find it really funny. I just want to point that out. But yeah, Manchester by the Sea. Oh yeah, by the way, you can listen again. If you were not muted, I don't know why I just said that you can listen again. I already put the thumb up, but I mean, hey, you guys probably understand me by now. But yeah. Really solid film. Again, Casey Affleck is great in this movie. A lot of movies I like rely on performances and the story, and this is one that has both, in my opinion. It's a great film. Manchester by the Sea. Hopefully I can get it on DVD and show it off in the future, but yeah. Next up is Lost in Translation. This is a movie that stars Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson, another movie also that takes the poster and puts it right on the DVD. This movie basically stars Bill Murray, who is he's pretty much this actor who's in Japan because he has to film a commercial for this bourbon that they're trying to get him to film. That they're trying to get him to do, and he's just not enjoying Japan or his life and whatever's going on. He feels like he's stuck doing what he's been doing. And eventually meets Scarlett Johansson and kind of finds, not a revival, but just finds himself happy again, meeting Scarlett Johansson. And the great thing about this film, it doesn't end with a romantic relationship. They're genuinely just friends that love to see each other, and it's a really, really nice, and it's a good film. The ending of it is very, very sad, though. Spoiler, very slight. Nobody dies, so that's one film on this list where nobody dies. Actually, I think a lot of movies on this list feature someone dying. At least a lot of the movies that I own. Yeah, I think a good majority of the movies I own have someone dying, whether it's for fun or it's serious. I just noticed that. That is very funny. Only the kids' films, I think, surprisingly don't have that. But Lost in Translation, yeah, it's a really good movie. Bill Murray's great in this. Scarlett Johansson is really great. Sofia Coppola really rebounding off of what happened with the fucking Godfather Part 3. Virgin Suicides, I've heard, is another really great film of hers. But yeah, funny story, again, about this film that I know. Bill Murray wasn't even, not told. Bill Murray didn't even notify that he was going to do the film until he showed up. I love Bill Murray for that. He's one actor where he can do that and everyone else seems pretentious. But with him, it's like, yeah, no, Bill Murray just does whatever the fuck he wants because it's Bill fucking Murray, you know? But it's a great film, and yeah, it's really good. Anna Faris is also in this. She's in this for about maybe 3 minutes, but it's a good plot, good story. Again, not a whole lot of drama. It's a lot of talking heads, and it's one that I particularly enjoy. So, yeah, check it out. Next up is Adaptation. This stars Nicolas Cage, Meryl Streep, and Chris Cooper, and Nicolas Cage. This movie is directed by Spike Jonze and the screenplay by Charlie and Donald Kaufman, the Kaufman brothers, who actually both won an Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay, or is it Best Adapted Screenplay? I'm not funny. No, but seriously, they won Best Something Screenplay for this movie. I think it might have actually been Best Adapted Screenplay, because this is adapted, I think, from a short film, I think Spike Jonze did, or Charlie Kaufman did, I'm not too sure. But yeah, Charlie and Donald Kaufman won Best Screenplay, and I think Spike Jonze was nominated for Best Director, But Nicolas Cage plays a pair of brothers, who one of them is a writer, and he's trying to, this does not take a World's Greatest Dad turn, by the way, guys. It does not take that type of turn. But he plays a pair of brothers. One of them is a well-respected writer who's trying to come up with an adaptation, hence the title, of a story that Meryl Streep's character writes. And it's all very based in reality. This Nicolas Cage plays Charlie and Donald Kaufman in this film. It's very, very meta. Meryl Streep plays an in-real-life author who was used in the screenplay with one of her books. And Meryl Streep plays her in this film, and he's trying to adapt her book into a movie. And the other brother, I believe it's Donald Kaufman, who, as Nicolas Cage portrays, is very dumb, very just doesn't know what to do, basically, until he starts he goes to a party with Charlie, and he starts spewing off ideas that he had for movies, and people love them, and people love him. And so he's eventually touted to help write the screenplay for this adaptation. And it's a really, really good film. I don't want to spoil much about it. I'm probably butchering part of the plot anyways. But it's a really solid film. Nicolas Cage gives two of his best performances in this film. Probably his two best performances in this movie. And it's really, really good. By the way, big shout out to Being John Malkovich. That was a really, really funny film. That's not on the list because I genuinely forgot it existed. But don't know if that says how good the movie is or how mediocre it is. But I enjoyed Being John Malkovich, so shout out to that film. But Adaptation, it's a pretty good film. Please check it out. Next up is The Social Network, which is another movie that I do own on DVD. This is a movie that is directed by David Fincher. The screenplay is written by Aaron Sorkin. And yeah, it stars Jesse Eisenberg, Andrew Garfield. There's a few others in this film that I forget that are in this. Armie Hammer's in this, which isn't great, but, you know, he's only in for a couple minutes. Justin Timberlake's in this as the owner of Napster, which is really funny. But, yeah, basically it's a biopic. It's a biopic, I guess you could say, that tells the story of the creation of Facebook. You know, it shows Mark Zuckerberg as he's trying to create Facebook, and as he's, oh god, it's a little bit laggy. Oh, never mind, there we go. We're starting to get a little bit better. But basically he's Mark Zuckerberg as he's trying to create Facebook and make it into a world famous brand, and basically how he fucked over Andrew Garfield's character out of residuals, I guess, and pretty much just everything that he could have gotten, every little bit of money that he could have made out of Facebook. And it's a really damn good film. It's really, really solid. Unfortunately, this is not the 2-disc edition. This is just the 1-disc with the film. But Social Network, it is a really, Really, really good film. So please check it out. And yeah, not much to say about it. There's not really many, just favorite scenes of mine to bring up. It's pretty much just, it's a good film, pretty much. So yeah. Next up on the list is Die Hard. This movie is one that I think a lot of people know. It's the one I own on DVD. This movie is obviously one that, Bruce Willis, he's John McClane. The first movie, first movie is John McClane. He's trying to go up against Alan Rickman. 12 terrorists invade this building where he is with his wife. He's a cop, and he has to stop them. That's pretty much the basic plot of this movie. It's a damn good film. Die Hard is one of the best Christmas movies, in my opinion. And, yeah, Die Hard. It's a great film. Really, really nice action film. A little bit of drama in it as well. It's, Alan Rickman's really good in this. Bruce Willis is pretty good in this. And, yeah, Hans von Gruber is pretty good in this. Yeah, it's a good film. I don't know what else to say about Die Hard that hasn't been said about the film already. It's just really, really solid. So yeah. And by the way, guys, apologies for being talkative for a second. I'm just trying to close some stuff because OBS is running pretty slow right now. So I might have to temporarily stop. But I mean, hey, we'll see. But next up is Hot Fuzz, which is very ironic coming right after Die Hard. But Hot Fuzz is a movie that stars Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. It is directed by, I forgot his name, Edgar Wright. I don't know how I forgot the name of Edgar Wright. But directed by Edgar Wright. It's the second in the Cornetto trilogy, my least favorite of the three, but it's still really damn funny. Really damn good. It basically stars Simon Pegg as, goddamn, what's his name? Because I need to, Nicholas Angel, which is just obviously a movie villain, a movie cop name. But Nicholas Angel, who's the best cop on the force that he's in. And he's so good that eventually he has to get sent to this small town where Nick Frost is an officer of. And Simon Pegg is basically making them look bad as well. And yeah, it's a movie where they're two cops, and it sounds boring, but believe me, when you watch the movie and you get into the twists, it's fucking hilarious. The whole movie is really, really funny, but especially once they start getting into some of the twists, it's a really, really good film. It's really, really good. So Hot Fuzz, please check it out. It's a really good film. Yeah. I don't know what to say. But it's a good film. The Hot Fuzz, check it out. And I believe this is where I'm going to pause for a minute, let the encoding not overload. And yeah, we're going to get to the rest of the films in this stack in a minute. So yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright guys, so we're about actually half an hour after I first recorded, spoiler, the encoding kept getting overloaded, so I had to wait for one of the videos that I was uploading to full out upload, and then I had to close Chrome, so we're back now. Next up, as you guys can tell, is The People versus Larry Flint. This is another movie that I do have on DVD. It stars Woody Harrelson, Courtney Love, and Edward Norton actually in his first movie role. I know I said it was Primal Fear, but that was his breakout apparently. This was his first movie that was also released in 1996. This movie stars Woody Harrelson as pornographer Larry Flint in his battles against the American court system, pretty much. That's genuinely, I mean, that's kind of a life story. I mean, it more so does focus on the literally The People versus Larry Flint. It focuses more on the law side, but it is a pretty good movie. It is really good. Not as explicit as you would think for a movie about a pornographer, but it's a really, really solid film. It's a Milos Forman film, which should tell you it's going to be pretty quality. Woody Harrelson is really good in this movie. Courtney Love is tolerable at best. And Edward Norton's pretty good in this. For his first film, that's mad props to him for being as good as he was in that. So, yeah, it's a pretty good film. I enjoy it, and I hope you do too if you guys ever decide to watch it. Next up is American Psycho, which is another movie that I do own on DVD. This is a movie starring Christian Bale as Patrick Bateman, who is obviously a businessman who has a side of him where he just likes to kill. You know, he's a killer who apparently rapes, it says on the back of the DVD, but I don't remember a rape scene in this movie. So unless I'm just like really, really cloudy of this film, he just murders and dismantles people that he kills, and yeah, basically the movie is him. He's just really unhappy with his life right now. He has a fiance who's played by Reese Witherspoon, actually, one of the few good movies she's actually been in. And he ends up killing one of his fellow businessmen, and it's kind of about him just trying to. Yeah, it's kind of just him just trying not to give anything away, pretty much. It's a really solid film. It's a really good critique on, yuppie culture in the 80s, as the back to the DVD puts it, which is very, 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 very good, and a very, very good description of it. And it's just a really, really good psychological, analytical film. And, yeah, love the criticisms that this movie was called sexist, ignoring that the novel was written by a woman and the movie was directed by a woman. I think the original author of the book, actually. So that's pretty funny. But American Psycho, it's a damn good film. Check it out. It's a really good one. Next up is The Iceman. This is Michael Shannon, Winona Ryder, Ray Liotta, Chris Evans, and I believe there's one or two others that I like in there. It's about Richard Kuklinski, who was the Iceman. It's kind of a biopic on his life. Michael Shannon is incredible as the Iceman. Winona Ryder plays his wife. It's Winona Ryder. That's all you need to know. Ray Liotta is kind of the business, the mafia guy that the Iceman gets involved with. And Chris Evans is the ice cream man. Literally, he's the ice cream man in this movie. And that's... you guys might hear this and think, what the fuck are you going on about, Harry? But look up Richard Kuklinski and watch this movie and you'll know what I'm talking about, because it's genuinely hilarious. This movie is not the movie, but it just you'll think it's hilarious what I'm saying, but you watch it and it makes sense, and you look up the story. But Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, who eventually would be the basis for the character of the Stone Cold Steve Austin character. Funny enough, but Michael Shannon plays him in this movie, and he is really fucking good in this movie. Michael Shannon is one of those guys who, if he's in a supporting role, he'll steal whatever role he's in, or he'll steal whatever movie he's in, but if he's in the starring role, he'll always outperform whoever else is in the movie. But he was great in Revolutionary Road. He's incredible. He's really, really funny in The Night Before. Spoiler. And he's really damn good in this movie. Yeah, he plays just this ice-cold killer who kills to provide support for his family, and it's a really, really good film, and it's really interesting seeing how they portray him in this film, and it's just a really damn good film. And the ending of it, when he's caught, spoiler, he was caught. But yeah, the ending of the film when he's caught is really, really good and really, really interesting. So yeah, just check out the movie. Unfortunately, I don't own it, but it's a really good one. Yeah. Next up is Heathers, which is another movie that I do own on DVD. Funny enough, flipping the poster art for the box art, which is pretty funny. They did that. I just noticed that. This is another Winona Ryder movie and Christian Slater, directed by Michael Lehman. American Iceman, I forget who it was directed by, so I apologize. But Heathers, this is a really, really funny black comedy. It stars Winona Ryder, who is a part of this group called the Heathers. And she's not yet been inducted as an actual Heather. She's like an understudy, I guess, if you will. And Christian Slater is this new bad boy to the school. And she becomes infatuated with him. They kind of start becoming friends and going out after a while. And he wants to fucking shoot up students. He wants to kill a bunch of the students at the school. And she eventually is like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I want to do this too. And so they kill one Heather, accidentally. Actually, no. They want to prank. Sorry. I actually got the plot mixed up. They want to prank one of the Heathers to make her, to just make her sick. And yeah, so they go into her house one morning because Winona Ryder has like the keys and whatever. And so she's able to get into the house. They make this bad tasting drink or whatever. They give it to her, and she fucking dies. And so from there, they have to write a suicide note for her to make her sound as wimpy as possible. But the school, much like in like World's Greatest Dad, eat it up, and they love it, and not they love it, but they're like, oh my god, I knew her so well. She was this and that, and basically people making up that they knew how sensitive and how caring Heather was, and it's a very, very good commentary on how we take suicide and how we glamorize it, really. And it's a really funny film as well. It's really, really funny. And Christian Slater's great in this. Winona Ryder's great in this. I believe this was the breakout, or no, this is the second breakout for her after, I think it was Beetlejuice. I'm pretty sure. It was no, third. Edward Norton, Edward Scissorhands, Beetlejuice, and then I'm pretty sure Heathers. No, Beetlejuice, then Heathers. Edward Scissorhands? Yeah, Edward Scissorhands came out in like 94. I'm flopping this DVD all over the place. It's gonna come open, and I'm pretty sure it's scratched. No, it's not. It looks perfect. Beautiful. Like Winona Ryder. That was very smooth. But, yeah, Heathers, it's a great film. I don't want to spoil much about it, but it's a really damn good movie. And, check it out whenever you get the chance. If you're in high school, it's a great film to watch. If you're out of high school, if you're a dropout like me, then yeah, it's a really, really funny film, and it's really good. Don't get this DVD though. Get, if you can, a special edition, because this movie is much better from the burned copy that I had, or I should say the legal copy that I downloaded, because this DVD sucks. It's genuinely just the movie, and this was like $10. There's no bonus features, there's no commentary. It's genuinely just the movie. So my one complaint isn't even with the movie, it's with the DVD. But Heathers, it's a pretty damn good movie. Check it out. I actually might rewatch it after I finish making this video, because I might rewatch this and Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I was talking to myself. Well, I was talking to you guys, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, those movies seem like they'd be really nice to rewatch. But Heathers, pretty good movie. Next up is First Blood. Of course, Sylvester Stallone, the introduction to John Rambo. This is a really, really good movie, and it was much better than I was expecting. Not that I was expecting it to be bad. It subverted my expectations, because I was expecting it to be like, oh, he's at war, and, he's got to survive and whatever, and it's like terrorists. It's like, no, like, all the movie is Sylvester Stallone is a war veteran, but he's, just kind of, he's homeless, pretty much. He's homeless, and he enters this town, and the cops don't like him for whatever reason, and things go wrong, and he gets, miscommunication happens, and he has to fucking fight for his life, pretty much. And it's a really, really good movie. It's really solid. The ending of the film with the monologue from Sylvester Stallone is one of the greatest monologues I think I've heard. The fuck you rant, or this monologue. There's a couple others I'm pretty sure on the countdown, but this is a really, really good example of how to do an action film that subverts your expectations. It doesn't end, spoiler, it doesn't end with this big, massive shootout and blowout. Like, no, it ends very, very calmly, if you will, and it's really good. And I haven't seen the sequels yet. I haven't seen First Blood Part 2 or Rambo or all those movies yet, but this is a really, really solid one, and I really enjoyed First Blood, and I do want to check out the sequels eventually, so very happy that I owned First Blood before I checked it out. Next up is Groundhog Day, starring Bill Murray. This is one that I do own on Blu-ray. This is just a funny movie. Bill Murray is kind of an asshole in this film who just doesn't like what he does. He makes a bunch of jokes about everything, which is kind of how I am, just without being an asshole, I'd hope. but yeah, and he's sent with his crew to go capture Groundhog Day at this place. And he's stuck in a loop. He has to repeat it day after day after day for about 800 days. Not all of them are shown, unfortunately. Otherwise, this would be like a 9-hour movie. But that's 9 hours of Bill Murray that I would love. But, yeah, he has to go through this day until he figures out what he's missing. He goes through that advantage stage where he just takes advantage of everything. He goes through this romantic stage, his suicidal stage, because apparently every movie that's funny has a suicidal stage, which, to be fair, suicide is pretty goddamn funny. But yeah, Groundhog Day. It's a really funny movie. It's directed by Harold Ramis. I believe this is actually the movie that split Bill Murray and Harold Ramis apart until Harold Ramis' death, actually. I'm pretty sure. Michael Shannon actually is also in this movie. Michael Shannon, I completely forgot he's in this. He's a guy who wins tickets to WrestleMania from Bill Murray. And I didn't notice that the first time that I watched the movie. I rewatched it and I noticed in the credits I was like, wait, is that like the Michael Shannon? I looked at him, I was like, yeah, Michael Shannon's in this movie. So if you guys watch for the guy who wins WrestleMania tickets from Bill Murray. That's Michael Shannon. That is really hilarious that he got his big break from this, not his big break, but he made his debut in film on screen for like 15 seconds in that movie. So hell yeah. Next up is Grindhouse Death Proof. This is a two-parter attached with Planet Terror. But I'm going with Death Proof because I actually really like this movie. A lot of people say Planet Terror, Planet Terror was by far the better movie, and it was so much better. Death Proof was garbage. I really like Death Proof. It stars Kurt Russell. I almost called him Chris Russell, but it stars Kurt Russell, Rosario Dawson, Zoe Bell, Rose McGowan, Sidney Poitier, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. I'm totally not reading off the back of the DVD because I forget who's in it. But yeah, it stars a bunch of people, and it's a really, really good movie. Basically, Kurt Russell is a former stuntman who has this car, who he calls Death Proof. I'm pretty sure the name of the car is Death Proof. And basically, the seat that he sides on is extremely protected. The side that he's not on, the passenger side, is not so well protected, and he gets pleasure out of picking up these random girls and killing them by kind of pulling off these stunts. And obviously, because they're not on his side, they're gonna die. And he's a badass line in this movie. I don't want to quote it because I don't want to butcher it. But listen to the trailer because it's in the trailer, or watch the movie because he has a really badass line about that in the movie. And it's just a really good movie. And eventually he runs into Zoe Bell, I believe Mary Elizabeth Winstead, that group of girls. And they fight him off, or they try to fight him off, I should say. And it's a really good movie. It's a really badass film. And Kurt Russell's great in this. Zoe Bell is really solid in this. She did all of her own stunts because she's a stunt woman. And fucking props to her because a lot of the stunts that are in this movie, it's like, holy shit. And obviously it's a Tarantino film, so it's going to be great. Death Proof, it's really good. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just a really, really cool stunt film. And it's a really good companion piece to Planet Terror. By the way, big shout out to the people who gave me Death Proof and not gave me, but the people that bought Planet Terror and Death Proof from, they both came as the 2-disc edition. So I have the full out bonus disc, which is really awesome. So hell yeah. There's that. Next up is Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. I actually forgot I put this on the list. I actually forgot I did. But Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. This is a movie that is really, really fun. It's another Aardman film, just like Flushed Away. It was actually released a year before Flushed Away, so massive props. 2 movies within the span of a year. That's like unheard of. Not unheard of, but that's pretty impressive for a stop-motion animation company. But yeah, Wallace and Gromit. It's The Curse of the Were-Rabbit based on Wallace and Gromit. It's just a really, really fun movie. Wallace and Gromit are this duo of lovable pals who solve mini mysteries together. And Wallace ends up becoming a goddamn were-rabbit, and it's up to Gromit to try and save him. Lady Tauntington has also hired them to try and get rabbits out of her garden. And I believe Hugh Jackman's in this, or not Hugh Jackman. It's I don't remember if it's Hugh Laurie. I'm gonna try and look on like the it's not saying it, but whoever the gentleman that's with why was I gonna call her Christina Aguilera? Fucking the one from Fight Club. Why can't I remember her name? She's in Harry Potter. I'm gonna spend like 3 minutes, and this is gonna go unedited. I'm trying to remember her name. Helena Bonham Carter. There you go, Helena Bonham Carter. The one who's like with her. Like, he's pretty funny in this movie, and it's just a really fun, charming kids film. A few frightening images for the youngsters, but you could show this to your like 6-year-old and they'll be fine. They'll probably be quoting it and having fun. Kids love to be scared. Fucking show them Saw. Show them Saw at like 8. Nothing's gonna go wrong there. Clearly, nothing's gonna go wrong with that. But don't actually show your 8-year-old Saw. Please, actually don't. That was a joke. Someone's stupid enough out there that they would actually probably do that. So please don't. But Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit, it's a fun movie, and it's just enjoyable fun for me. I like it. Next up is The Polar Express, which is another movie that I have on DVD. This stars Tom Hanks, and it's basically a movie where this kid who doesn't really believe in the Christmas spirit anymore, and Tom Hanks runs the Polar Express, which takes kids to the North Pole and I guess, to reinvigorate their spirit. And so he goes on it, and it's this big, long journey to get there. It's a really fun movie. It's a really nice, sweet Christmas movie. It's directed by Robert Zemeckis. I believe Steven Spielberg produced it. He wrote the... No. Am I dumb? Did he have nothing to do with this? Steven Spielberg had nothing to do with this movie. It was all Robert Zemeckis. He screenwrote it, helped screenwrite it. He produced it. He directed it. I believe he has a voice cameo as well. I feel like I remember hearing that Robert Zemeckis does have a voice cameo in this movie. Steven Tyler of Aerosmith has a voice cameo in this. I was going to say Arrow more for some reason. But yeah, The Polar Express, it's a nice, fun Christmas movie. On this lovely Christmas day, if you do not have this movie, rent it off of Amazon Prime or wherever it is, and you're going to have fun with it. It's a very, very... Actually, that's a movie to watch on Christmas Eve. So fuck, this movie should have come out like 5 days early. But hey, Polar Express, next Christmas Eve, you can watch Polar Express because it's a really, really good movie. It's a really, really fun movie. Really lighthearted. There's no suicide and no death, surprisingly. I mean, actually, no, there's probably a death or two in there. You could probably count the amount of times the kids in that movie should have fucking died, if not for the Christmas spirit. But yeah, no suicide, no death in that movie, just like with most kids' films. So yeah, it's a good movie, Polar Express. Check it out. Next up is Funny People, which is another movie that I do own on DVD. This movie stars Adam Sandler, Seth Rogen, Leslie Mann, Aubrey Plaza's also in it. Aziz Ansari's in this, which he kind of brings the movie down. There's someone else that's in this that I forgot, but Jason Schwartzman. Oh, Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill's in this movie before he became a really fucking weird anti-joke man. But yeah, Funny People. Adam Sandler plays a comedian. It's a very, very, not self-introspective film, but it's a very semi-biographical film, you know, because the character in the film very much seems like he's supposed to be Adam Sandler. You know, Adam Sandler is a former stand-up comedian. Well, yeah, he is. Adam Sandler is a former stand-up comedian. But his character in the movie is a former stand-up comedian who's done movies. He's been very, very famous. But recently he's just pumped out really, really bad garbage films. And he ends up finding out that he has cancer. I forget what type of cancer it is, but it doesn't matter. He ends up finding out that he has cancer. And he ends up trying to go back to his roots, doing stand-up, and he runs into these comedians, Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill, and he wants them to kind of take over for him and be, like, they find out that they can write decent jokes, they just can't perform them, and so he hires them to write jokes for him, for his stand-up bits, and then halfway through the movie, he just loses the cancer goes away. And from there, it's kind of him figuring out, you know, what should I do? And it's a really good movie. It's an interesting film. It is a little funny. Definitely more of a dramatic film for Adam Sandler, and I think he's really good in this movie. You know, this, Uncut Gems, Punch Drunk Love, Adam Sandler is really damn good when he's in a dramatic film. You know, he's really good in comedic films as well, but I find him a little bit better when he does his dramatic work. So, Funny People, check it out. I want more movies like this where it's exclusively the English side. I fucking hate when movies have the English and French side. Why I wish I was in America. Nothing against the French. I just can't read or write French, so I prefer movies that are exclusively in English. So, yeah. Racism for the win. No, I'm not fucking racist. Fuck you. I hate everyone equally. That's my excuse. I hate everyone equally. But Funny People, it's a good film. Next up is Django Unchained, which is another one I own on DVD. Jamie Foxx, Christoph Waltz, Leonardo DiCaprio, who else in this? Kerry Washington, Samuel L. Jackson. This is a really, really good movie. It stars Jamie Foxx, who is a slave, who ends up getting out because Christoph Waltz is not the Candyman, no, fuck, what is he again? Oh, he's a bounty hunter. They team up because they want to take down Leonardo DiCaprio, who is the head owner of Candyland, which is basically a slave farm, pretty much. And it's actually funny. Once they get there, it's fucking hilarious. Because Samuel Jackson is obviously black, and he's racist against black people. He's funny. He's funny in this movie. You know, it's fucked up because Leonardo DiCaprio's brainwashed Samuel Jackson to think the way he does. But it's just funny seeing a black guy being racist against black people. It's funny, you know. But they go there. It plays Calvin Candy is Leonardo DiCaprio's name. And basically they want to go there to kill him, and because Jamie Foxx's wife, played by Kerry Washington, has been imprisoned by Leonardo DiCaprio. And it's a great film. It's a really, really good film. Jonah Hill actually cameos in this. I think him and I think John C. Reilly. I think it's them. Or it's him and Channing Tatum, I think. I forget. But Jonah Hill, they cameo in a KKK scene. It's genuinely really funny, their characters, because they're so fucking stupid and dumb like the real KKK. It's hilarious how accurately they're portrayed in this film as just being a bunch of redneck fucking retarded assholes, pretty much. But Django Unchained, it's a great film. And yeah, if you expected to take a Tarantino right, then you're Tarantino... go into the route of Tarantino, then you know Tarantino and you know what to expect from this movie. It's a really, really good movie. Django Unchained. Leonardo DiCaprio is fucking great in this. Jamie Foxx is really good. Christoph Waltz arguably steals the show because it's Christoph Waltz. And it's just a really good film. So yeah, Django Unchained. Check it out. It's a little bit long. It's about 3 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes. So yeah. It's a really good film, a little long, but please, check it out. Next up is The Devil's Rejects. This is the only poster I can use, because every other poster is too terrifying for most people, or would probably get the video taken down, unfortunately. So this is the only poster I can use of The Devil's Rejects. So, The Devil's Rejects. This is a sequel, a pseudo-sequel to House of a Thousand Corpses. It's a Rob Zombie movie. They're both Rob Zombie movies. It stars the same cast and the same characters, but they're kind of two different movies. Like, you can watch House of a Thousand Corpses, then Devil's Rejects, but there's not really anything, as far as I remember hearing about, that it's like, oh, no, yeah, you have to watch House of a Thousand Corpses to get it. But Devil's Rejects basically stars the same three characters from House of a Thousand Corpses. Captain... God damn it, why can't I remember his name? Not Captain Goddamn it, I can't remember his name. Is Captain... Not Captain Insano. I forget his name, but he's played by, Why can I'm disrespecting the fucking... why can't... Okay, I'm looking on the thing right now. I'm trying to find his name. Why can't I see his name? Wow. Sid Haig. Played by Sid Haig. Sid Haig, who's fucking great in this film. There's Bill Moseley and there's Sherry Moon Zombie, who are the main three characters of this film. They take sick sadistic pleasure in kidnapping and killing people. And it's a really good movie because it's a really fun movie for me because it just showcases a side of life you don't see often portrayed in films, at least in this grotesque way that it's shown in this film. And it's a really solid film. Bill Moseley and Sid Haig are fucking great in this film. Genuinely, if you just want to watch the movie for if you watch movies for performances, this is a movie to watch for two people that play characters really, really well. Because Captain, I can't remember his name, but he's a clown in this film. He's really, really good in this movie. And Bill Moseley is incredible. They're both really damn good in this film. Yeah, it's a movie I've only seen once, but I remember so much about the film. The film where they take the couple in and they make them strip and then they kill them, and it's a really good scene. The guy who remembers walking Johnny Cash on stage, that guy's hilarious. There's just so many good things about this film. Go watch the Cinemassacre review, because I believe James and the guy from Hack the Movies, I think, they did a Monster Madness on this film. It's a really good one. And it's actually what got me re-interested in checking out the movie, because I had seen it when I was like 9. I'd only seen like bits and pieces of it, and I was like, oh, I remember that movie. Like, it was a pretty okay. It was okay, you know. And then I saw the review, and I was like, holy shit, I want to watch this movie again. What was I missing? You know, and I watched it, and it was pretty good, you know. So, Devil's Rejects. It's a good movie. Next up is Birdman or The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance. Technically, this is called Birdman or because The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance is in parentheses. So technically, this is just Birdman or. But Birdman, Michael Keaton, Zach Galifianakis, Edward Norton, Emma Stone in this movie. This is a really, really damn good movie. Majority of the film filmed like it's in one shot. Spoiler, it's not one take. As fucking great as it is, and you're going to watch the movie and there's going to be points where you're like, how is that not one take? Or like, holy shit, how did they get that in one take? But it's a really good movie. It's a really, really solid film. Michael Keaton, again, kind of like Funny People, kind of a semi-biographical film. Michael Keaton plays Birdman. I don't know if they say his real name, but yeah, they don't say. But he is a actor who's been most known for playing Birdman. You see where I'm going with this? He's most known as a movie superhero, and it's about 20 years later, and he's trying to reinvent himself. So he's trying to do a play on a story that he really likes and knows is going to get him back into the mainstream. And it's kind of taking place within one day, the day that it's supposed to start showing previews. I believe it's previews. And yeah, one of the actors fucking dies, so they have to get Edward Norton. Zach Galifianakis is his agent. Emma Stone is his drug-addicted daughter. Naomi Watts is his wife. No, Edward Norton's wife, I think? Or is that Amy Ryan? I think that's Amy Ryan, actually. But this is a really, really good film. There's a lot of different stories going on within the film, and it's only like an hour and a half, I think. Yeah, it's just under 2 hours, actually. But it's really, really good. It's directed by Alejandro Inarritu. I'm butchering his name, and I fucking apologize, sir, for butchering your name. But it's a really damn good film, and yeah, if you're a fan of film at all, I'd recommend it because it's really goddamn good. It's a really, really, really good film. A lot of it is just really solid. Next up is The World's End, which another movie I own on DVD. That stars Simon Pegg, Nick Frost. It's also got the guy from The Gentleman. It's Eddie Martian. Martin Freeman's also in this, along with Paddy Considine. I butchered his name. And the always terrifying Rosamund Pike. This is a really funny movie. The finale in the Cornetto trilogy. I'm not going to spoil too much of it, but basically, it stars Simon Pegg and Nick Frost as former friends. Well, Simon Pegg is pretty much the main star of this movie. He is a guy, I gotta remember his name. What the fuck is his name? Damn it, why? Oh my god, why can't I remember his name? Tell me his name! It's not Nick Angel, that was the last movie. What is his fucking name? It's not gonna tell me on the back of the DVD. Wow. Screw you, DVD. Why aren't you telling me the character's name? But it's a really, really funny name. Oh, it's like on the tip of my tongue, but it's not coming to me. Damn it. It's going to come to me when I'm in like the top 10, I swear. But Simon Pegg is the guy who didn't get out of high school. Like he's stuck in his high school phase. And 20 years after they attempted, I forget if it's called The World's End. What's it called again? He gets the Five Musketeers, which is all five of his friends. And they're trying to... He gets them back together because he wants them to go through the 12 pubs, which is what they have to do. Go through 12 pubs, get a drink at each, and they end at The World's End, which is why the movie's titled The World's End. And so he gets them back together, and it's them as they're trying to go through it as the world is nearing its end in the movie. And it's a really, really damn funny film. It's really good. And, yeah, I don't know what to say about the movie because I don't want to spoil much about it. Just like every Edgar Wright film, pretty much, since after Shaun of the Dead, there's some type of twist in the film, and it's really funny. It's really funny. Rosamund Pike is really funny in this, but every time I laugh, I feel like she's going to fucking slice my throat. That's a reference to a future movie on the list that we're going to find out. We're going to find out in a little bit. You guys know what movie it is. You guys know. But Simon Pegg, Nick Frost are hilarious. Eddie Martian deserves so much better than just this film. Not saying this movie's bad, but I'm saying he deserves to be recognized for so much more than just this film because he's such a really funny actor. Martin Freeman, too. He's known for other stuff, but I only know him for this because it's the only thing I've seen him in, but I know he's recognized for more than just this. But The World's End, it's a pretty damn good movie. It's really, really funny. Please check it out. Next up is Ingrid Goes West. I was going to read that as just one word, and I'm glad I didn't. But Ingrid Goes West. This movie stars Aubrey Plaza, Elizabeth Olsen, O'Shea Jackson Jr., a.k.a. Ice Cube's son, and someone else who I can't remember in this film. But Aubrey Plaza is a mentally ill, not mentally challenged, but a mentally ill person who is obsessive over people on Instagram and social media. And it's about her obsessing over Elizabeth Olsen's character after she moves to Hollywood and tries to interact and meet her and become her friend. They do eventually become friends. However, things start to take a dark turn after a while, and that's where I'm going to leave it. And O'Shea Jackson Jr. is Aubrey Plaza's landlord, is what I'm going to say about his character because the name is on the poster. It's a really damn good film. It's a really good commentary and a look on how people glamorize social media and how people look at people on social media and think they have perfect lives just because of what they post. And spoiler, 1 Hour Photo had a really good look at this as well, pre-social media, funny enough, spoiler alert. But yeah, this movie is really goddamn good. It's really, really solid, and I wish it got recognized more, because I think a lot of people saw the trailer and just thought, oh, it's one of those dumb Valley Girl comedies. It's really not. It's really the opposite of that. It's a very, I guess you could say, dark comedy. Parts of it is very dark and very black comedy-esque, but most of it really is very dramatic in a way, you know? It's a great film. I definitely recommend everyone check it out. It's a really, really solid film. And yeah, if you want to look at a mentally ill, if it's a really good character study on a mentally ill person who's doesn't kind of realize the boundaries of humans and you know, where social media ends and where real life starts. You know, it's a really damn good film in that regard. So yeah, please check it out, because it's a really, really solid film. Next up is 12 Monkeys, another movie that I own on DVD. This stars Bruce Willis, Madeleine Stew, and Brad Pitt in, I was going to say his breakout role, but no, this is like 3 years after his breakout. It came out the same year as Seven. Spoiler, that's going to be on the list. But 12 Monkeys is a really damn good movie. It stars Bruce Willis in the future. I don't think they say what year, do they? I don't know, but I don't think they do. But he's a person in the future, and he is sent back in the past to stop a deadly virus that wipes out most of humanity. And yeah, wipes out most of humanity. And yeah, he has to, you know, he encounters a psychiatrist. I'm trying to remember a lot, so that's why I'm looking at the back of the DVD. Who's played by Madeleine Stew, who's trying to help him, and a mental patient who is the one that is trying to distribute the virus, played by Brad Pitt. And he's trying to stop Bruce Willis is trying to stop the army of the 12 Monkeys. And it's a really fucking good film. The twist in this film is really good. It's not as cliched as Sixth Sense. Thankfully not. It's a fucking great film. It is really, really damn good. And I don't want to spoil much about it. It's a Terry Gilliam film. That's all I'm going to say about it. Bruce Willis, I think actually maybe he gives his best performance in this film. Brad Pitt, one of his best performances, no doubt. He is really, really good in this movie. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say about it, is it's a solid film. It's a really great movie. Please check it out as soon as you are able to, along with the majority of these movies. And next up, which is the last movie we're going to look at for this part, not part in terms of video, but this part of what I'm recording, because I need to rest my throat for a little bit probably, and plus I have stuff that I got to do, so I'm probably going to come back tomorrow and film the rest of this video. Hopefully, we're already at an hour and a half, so this is probably going to be a 3.5 hour long video. But next up is John Wick, starring Keanu Reeves, as you guys can tell by the poster that was on screen, another movie that I own on Blu-ray. You guys know the story of John Wick. This is a movie. Keanu Reeves plays a guy who ends up losing his dog to some young savage thugs, and you know, he's an ex-assassin, and he fucks shit up. That's all I'm gonna say, is he fucks shit up, and it's in its fourth part that's coming out, I think, next year, I think, or 2023, I think, because I think Keanu Reeves has been filming Matrix 4, so I think he's just starting to get into John Wick 4. But yeah, it's a really great movie. Willem Dafoe's in this, John Leguizamo, Ian McShaw. I forget if the big black guy, really badass guy, if Lawrence Fishburne, I forget if he's in this movie, or if he's only in the second one onwards. But really great cast, really badass film, great effects. How you do fight scenes in American films properly. This is a really badass film, really great choreography. It's a movie if you want to watch a lot of fight scenes, you watch that also has some story. John Wick is a really, really good film. And yeah, so I'm going to pause briefly, see what the next movie on the countdown is. If it's a movie I have, then I will just stop here for the night. If it's not, then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk for potentially another few minutes. Yes, so I do. All right. All right, so I just looked real quick, and it is a movie that I own, so I'm going to come back probably in a day. So if you guys see the lighting change, just don't worry. I didn't record these out of sync or anything. I recorded them one day after another. So yeah, thank you guys for watching this far into the video. Stay tuned because you're not even halfway through the countdown, I believe. You're not going to want to miss the rest of the films on the countdown. Hell yeah. I'll take you there in just a little while. Hell yeah. Please stay with me, boys. Alright, so we are back. There's a new day, new shirt. And like they say, new days, new beginnings. I don't know. But yeah, so Christmas Boys, thank you guys for sticking around with me. And as you can tell, number 52 I had to look up. Number 52 is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is a movie I also own on DVD. I'm going to keep showing all these movies that I have on DVD because I did that for the first thing I recorded yesterday, so I'm going to keep it up because it's a good idea. But Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Jim Carrey, Kate Winslet, Kirsten Dunst, Mark Ruffalo, Elijah Wood, Tom Wilkinson, Jason Cross, what's his name? David Cross. David Cross from Alvin and the Chipmunks is in this. Jim Carrey, I think, gives his best performance in this movie. I think he's really, really good in this one. Kate Winslet is adorable as always. Kirsten Dunst gives, I think I called her Kristen a second ago. Kirsten Dunst gives a good performance like usual. Elijah Wood and Mark Ruffalo are kind of just the comic relief, but it's a really good movie. It focuses on Jim Carrey's character who meets Clementine, played by Kate Winslet. What the fuck is this? Joel. Joel's the character. I didn't even have to look at the back of the DVD because I remember that. But Joel, who meets Clementine, and they start this relationship, and then all of a sudden one day, she forgets about him. She just doesn't know who he is. And he finds out that she had her memory completely wiped of him. And so he wants to do the same thing. And yeah, that's where I'm going to start. But don't let this quote on the front of the DVD give the movie away. It is not a smart, sexy, and seriously funny comedy. It is not at all a comedy. There's a few comedic bits, but it is very much a dramatic film. It is, I would argue, the best dramatic romantic film that I've seen. It is really, really damn good. And yeah. I would definitely recommend it to most people. It was really solid, and it's been a while since I've seen it, which should be a crime. I'm probably gonna watch it eventually. So, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It's a pretty good movie. And now I gotta scroll all the way up to get to the next film. The next movie on the list is Goodfellas, coming in at number 51, which is a movie that I also own. It stars Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, and Joe Pesci. This is one I actually have on Blu-ray. And funny enough, I bought it. It comes with a digital copy, which is very, very nice. But it also came with a DVD, so that's really nice. The only thing is, it's a two-sided DVD because this movie's 3 fucking hours long. It's Martin Scorsese. What do you expect? Basically, this follows Ray Liotta's character as he gets involved with Robert De Niro and the mob, and that's pretty much the basic plot. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, it follows Ray Liotta at a young age as he starts to get into the mob, and he eventually wants to get out. That's all I'm going to say about Goodfellas. It's a damn good movie. Really, really fucking good. Joe Pesci filmed this at the same time as Home Alone, which I think is hilarious. With some of the dialogue from the second, you would think he filmed this and Home Alone 2 back-to-back. But yeah, Robert De Niro is great in this. Ray Liotta is really, really good in this movie. Everyone plays their roles to a T. Everyone is really damn good in this movie. It is really, really fucking good. Goodfellas is a really damn good movie, and I gotta rewatch it again. The only issue is it's 3 hours long, and I don't often have the attention span to watch 3-hour-long movies, which is why I haven't seen The Irishman yet. But yeah, coming in at number 50. That is not number 50. That's the first time that's happened where I double-click. You didn't see that. Number 50 is I, Tonya, coming in right at number 50. Did I mention this is number 50? I don't think I did. But number 50, no, it's I, Tonya. This movie stars Margot Robbie, Sebastian Stan, and Allison Janney. I feel like there's someone else that I couldn't remember. It plays a big role in this, but I forget. But yeah, it stars Margot Robbie as Tonya Harding. This follows. I gotta get used because we're not at night. I gotta get used to holding the DVD so it's not shining at the light. But yeah, it stars Margot Robbie as Tonya Harding. It's a biopic. It's a biopic that I think is maybe. Oh, and actually, I just realized the poster says it's the Goodfellas of figure skating. I didn't even mean that. I genuinely didn't mean Goodfellas and I, Tonya to be back to back. That's just how it worked out. So that's very funny. I just noticed that. But it follows her life, and it doesn't focus too much on the other bitch that she accidentally had fucked up. Whatever her name is, I forget. She's not important anyways. But yeah, it follows Tonya Harding's life from the time she was like, I think they start when she was like 5 or 6, and all the way up to at the time current in 2016, I think 2015. And it's just a really really damn good movie. It doesn't rely on many cliches. It just kind of this movie does something interesting. It does something interesting with its with its narrative. It doesn't just show things from Tanya's point of view. It goes from her husband's point of view, played great by Sebastian Stan. Margot Robbie's phenomenal as Tanya Harding, by the way. She gives arguably her best performance in this movie, I would argue. Probably. But you know, it shows things from her point of view, from Sebastian Stan's point of view, some things from Allison Janney's point of view, who is great as Tanya's mom. She is, the makeup they do and the costuming they do does not at all make it look like Allison Janney. It is really, really damn cool how they were able to do that. But it's a really, really damn good movie. I love the soundtrack. I think I mentioned this in the Rock Songs Countdown, but this is the movie that got me like fully introduced to listening to Shooting Star by Bad Company. And a couple other songs. Sleeping Bag by ZZ Top, and there's a couple others. This is a really, really good movie. And yeah, I was really happy I found it on Blu-ray and not just DVD. So yeah, check it out. It's a really solid, really, really solid movie. And I think most people will enjoy it. I, Tonya is a really, really good movie. You know, and I'm getting one of those moments now where I'm looking at the Blu-ray. I did this with Chance of Meatballs earlier. But I'm looking at the Blu-ray cover and I'm like, yeah, no, I own this movie. Because I'm so used to just looking at the spine, but now I'm looking at the cover, I'm like, yeah, no, I own this movie. Yeah. So, I love when that happens, because it makes you feel like you just got a DVD, even though you've had the thing for like 3 years, you know? I love that. Coming in at number 59 is I'm Still Here. This is it's a documentary, but I said, fuck it, I'm going to include it. I don't care. There was another documentary that I think I disqualified from the list because it was a documentary, and I can't remember the name of it, so that probably should tell you all that it should. But yeah, that I'm Still Here. This stars Joaquin Phoenix and Casey Affleck. I believe it's also directed by Casey Affleck. Basically, it follows Joaquin Phoenix from about 2009 from about 2007, 2008 to 2010, when he goes on David Letterman, and that interview. It basically follows him in character as he quits acting to become a rapper. And there's a word for it. It's a mockumentary, and it's just fucking hilarious. This movie is one of the greatest works of art I've seen. It is so funny, just how in character Joaquin Phoenix, and he doesn't break. It's not like they take breaks like, okay, what can we do next? Like, it's always following Joaquin as he's in this mindset, you know. It's genuinely a really, really funny documentary or mockumentary. And yeah, I'm Still Here. It's the rap song he does in the movie is hilarious, and if I was doing the rap song countdown, that'd probably make it as a meme. But I'm Still Here. It's really funny. I don't want to spoil much about it, but if you can find a copy of it, please get it and enjoy it. Number 48 is Krampus, which is another movie that I do own on DVD. I have not checked this one out actually yet this Christmas season. I'm recording this on the 20th, so maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Who really knows? But Krampus, this is a pretty decent movie. I enjoy it. It's really fun. It stars a kid named Max. Toni Collette is his mom, and Adam Scott's his father. David Kosher's in this. There's someone else in this. Conchetta Ferrell, the one from 2.5 Men. I forget her character's name on that show. But, not Consuela. Why the fuck was I about to call her Consuela? I forget her name. I don't watch bad TV shows. But yeah, it stars a kid named Max, and after a bunch of shit goes wrong around the holidays, he tears up a letter he wanted for Christmas, throws it outside, and that summons Krampus. And Krampus proceeds to wreak fucking havoc on the family. And it's a really, really fun movie. I don't get why people hated so much on it in 2015 when it came out. I thought it was really, really good then. I actually saw this in theaters with a friend of mine at the time. It was really good. It was a really fun movie. Funny enough, the first, 25 minutes in, I hated it. I wanted to walk out. Legitimately. When I saw, I forget if it was the Gingerbread Men or what I saw, but I hated that. And I was like, oh, God, really? This is your villain? This is your villain? And I was like, okay, no, I'm walking out. But I was like, no, I can't leave Cedric here all alone. So I stayed. Then right at the ending, I was like, and then they proceeded to hook me in, and then the ending with where Krampus is involved. Anyone who's seen the movie knows. I'm trying not to spoil too much, but the ending like really hooks me. It's like, oh shit, like the final like 20 minutes or so, and I was like, yeah, it was okay. And then I bought it on DVD because I've thought, hey, you know what? I saw this in theaters. Why not? I'll own it. Rewatched it with my parents. I was like, yeah, no, this is actually a really good movie. This is really good. And I've checked it out, I want to say every year since. I think except for last year, I watched this movie almost every year for Christmas. And it's just really good. I really enjoy it. And yeah, Krampus, if you guys can find a copy of it, please check it out. Because it's pretty solid. I enjoy it. And I like this. I'm giving small plot descriptions, and I'm giving you a thing that I like about the movie. I'm not like last year. I'm just rambling on and on and on. Like, I'm just keeping it short and concise. I like this. Coming up next is The Night Before, which is another movie I finally own on DVD. Thankfully, I found it this year. This stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Seth Rogen, and Anthony Mackie, I believe. Yeah, Michael Shannon's also in this. Michael Shannon, who is fucking amazing. I mentioned it earlier, but I gotta point it out. Michael Shannon, if ever I get the chance to make a movie, I want Michael Shannon in it. Even if he can't be the main actor, I want him in for a cameo, just walk by in the background. Just have people go, is that Michael Shannon? And then he never appears for the rest of the movie. And then I ruined my own movie because everyone's going to be thinking, why was Michael Shannon in there for like a second? But yeah, it stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Seth Rogen, Anthony Mackie. They make it look like Seth Rogen's the star, but thankfully he's not. It's Joseph Gordon-Levitt. So yeah, that's kind of fucked up how they do that. But yeah, Joseph Gordon-Levitt stars, and he and his two friends, Seth Rogen and Anthony Mackie, were this pack when they were young, when they were in college. And they're still friends, but Anthony Mackie's become a famous football player, and Seth Rogen is about to be a dad. He is about to be a dad, and Jillian Bell plays his... no, not Jillian Bell. Lizzie Kaplan? No, I think it's Jillian Bell, actually. No, Jillian Bell plays... Jillian Bell plays Seth Rogen's wife. Lizzie Kaplan is Joseph Gordon-Levitt's crush. But Seth Rogen's about to get married, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt is just kind of stuck in a rut, basically. So he decides, hey, I'm going to get tickets to the Nutcracker Ball, which is this thing they've always wanted to attend, and it's a really, really big, like, Christmas Eve party. And they just haven't been able to. And so finally this year, he managed to get tickets, and in a pretty funny way. They show how, and it's pretty funny. But he ends up getting them to go, and the whole movie is kind of, for the most part, them trying to get there. And it's really funny. Me and my best friend watch this every year on Christmas Eve with National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It's pretty fun. I enjoy the movie, and I hope you guys do too. Please check it out. I will be back in just a second, and because I believe we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Alright, we're back. So I believe I cleared it up. I just had to close a few tabs on Chrome because they were taking up a lot of CPU. Next up is American History X, which is a very, very Christmassy way to follow up 2 Christmas movies. Another one I do on DVD. This is a really damn good movie. This basically stars Edward Norton as a white supremacist, as a racist, as he's trying to teach his younger brother, Edward Furlong, to follow his ways. He ends up going to jail for a hate crime. I'm trying to find a way to say it without straight up saying racist, because I want to say racist a shit ton in this segment and have people meme me. But yeah, he ends up going to jail for a hate crime, and in there he meets this black guy who ends up, I don't think it's a spoiler if I say ends up, making him not racist and makes him not stupid. But yeah, he gets home and he's trying to convert Edward Furlong to stop thinking these racist ways. And as the tagline says, some legacies must end. He's trying to end that. And it's really good. It's a really, really good movie. Edward Norton, one of his best performances. I don't think it's his best, but definitely one of his best. He is really goddamn good in this. Derek Vineyard has such a look about him that I see it and I'm like, I really like the beard that he has. Like especially when he's home and the hair is growing out for him. I think, yeah, that's a fucking really good look for Edward Norton. And I don't think he's ever had it since. Which I understand, because it's tied to, formerly a racist character of his. But I like the look of the goatee with the short hair for Edward Norton. I think he could have pulled it off in the early 2000s. Not so much right now, because, he's older. But it's a really good movie. There is definitely some racism in there. But you gotta use the pretext of it's a movie that isn't racist. It's about condemning racism. I almost said condoning. It's not condoning racism. About condemning racism. It's a really really good movie. The ending, like the first time I saw it, I was like, holy shit! When I saw what happened in the end, but the whole movie like really really encapsulates you, and it really takes you in. And it's a really good movie. I just really like it, and I kind of wish we got Edward Norton's cut because apparently that was 3 hours long. And I know I complained about Goodfellas being 3 hours long, but god damn it, anytime I can get more Edward Norton, I want more Edward Norton. There's a reason I saw Muslims Brooklyn in theaters, and I thought Edward Norton got snubbed for a Best Actor at least nomination. But yeah, so next up is Scream, which is another movie that I own on Blu-ray. Scream, yeah, this is a good movie. It stars Drew Barrymore, David Arquette, Neve Campbell. I forget if it's Neve or Neve, but I think it's Neve. Skeet Ulrich and Courtney Cox. Basically, Neve Campbell is a girl who's trying to help her friends survive a killer who's seen way too many horror movies, and it's trying to keep you guessing who the killer is. Matthew Lillard's also in this. Scooby-Doo and Rose McGowan's also in this. I forgot to bring those two up. It's a really good movie. I enjoy it. I mentioned this in the top 10 most hated movies about this fourth movie, but if I had to rank them, I'd probably go right now Scream, Scream 2, Scream 3, and then Scream 4. Well, actually, no, probably Scream 1, Scream 2, Scream 3, Scream 4, all the way on the fucking bottom of the ground. But, hopefully Scream 5 is better. I'm not fucking calling it Scream 5. It's fucking Scream 5. But, yeah, I really like Scream. I thought it was really, really cool in how it handled the plot, and there was a few comedic bits in it, but I'm glad it for the most part took itself seriously. And I love the party that they all attend, and I think it's Matthew Lillard. Matthew Lillard. I think it's Matthew Lillard who's like, "Yo, there's these rules to the horror movies." Or no, that's Jamie Kennedy. He's also in this. But yeah, it's Jamie Kennedy. I'm pretty sure. And he's like, "Oh, there's these rules, and they're going through them, and they're making fun of them, and it's really really funny. That scene's really funny. For the most part, this movie is really really good. I really enjoy this movie, and yeah, Scream. I'm probably gonna try and check it out every Halloween season because it's a pretty good movie. Next up is American Beauty, which I really hope the poster doesn't get me flagged. It's a belly button. YouTube. I know you'd be fucking stupid, but it's a belly button. I also own this one on DVD, and I hope the DVD cover doesn't get me flagged, but given there's no nudity, I don't think it will. But American Beauty, this is a movie that stars Kevin Spacey as a middle-aged father of two? Of two? No, of one, sorry. Daughter played by Thora Birch, his wife, her mom, played by Annette Bening, Mina Severa, I think it's Mina Severa, I forget how to pronounce her name. Peter Gallagher's in this. Chris Cooper's in this. It's a really good movie. It stars Kevin Spacey as he's in kind of a midlife crisis, and he's trying to reinvigorate himself. He starts going after his teenage daughter's friend. That whole plot line's a little weird, honestly, and his wife is banging Peter Gallagher, which, to be fair, I can't entirely blame her. No, but seriously, yeah, that's kind of all I can say for the most part. Wes Bentley's also in this. He plays Chris Cooper's son. And that's all I can really say about the plot, or at least I really want to before I start accidentally spoiling it. But American Beauty, please check it out. It's a really solid movie. Really, really good movie. I think maybe Kevin Spacey's best performance, unless I'm forgetting about another movie of his that's on here. Yes, I am. His second best performance. So American Beauty, please check it out. Free my boy Kevin Spacey. He's totally innocent. Totally. Next up is American Pie, which I know it's weird having it after, American History X, so powerful, and then American Beauty, really good, and then you get American Pie, which is a movie that I own on DVD twice, actually. I should have pulled out both copies. I did it for a movie that I'm going to be showing shortly, so I don't know why I did, but fuck it. American Pie. Yeah, there's a movie about a bunch of teenage students, about a bunch of teenage high school students who as opposed to overage high school students. I always hate those. But a bunch of teenage high school students who try to have sex before prom. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I actually went to this movie the first time I saw it with my best friend. I want to say 3 or 4 months ago. With really, really low expectations. I was like, okay, it's gonna be the generic teen sex comedy. It's not gonna be funny. And it was actually pretty funny. There were a lot of bits that I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty funny. You know, Sean William Scott's great in this. Jim, I'm looking at his face. I'm trying to remember his name. Jason Biggs is really, really good in this. Eugene Levy, of course, is fucking. It's Eugene Levy. It's Eugene Levy. I think that's all I need to say. Thomas, I gotta remember his name. Why can I not remember the fucking dude? Eddie K. Thomas is hilarious in this. I love Finch. Mena Severi. This video is just gonna be me butchering her name a bunch of times, and I feel sorry for her. But she's a millionaire. She probably doesn't give a shit. She's also in this. She's pretty good in this. Tara Reid is Tara Reid. She's not necessarily good at acting. She's not good at looking pretty. She's not really good at anything. Yeah, Allison Hannigan is pretty funny in the three scenes she's in. It's really weird for me to watch American Pie 1 the first time I saw it and know, like, okay, Jim and Michelle get married. And no, she's only in this movie for like 3 scenes, and it's like, okay, that's really weird. And then you watch American Pie 2, and it's like, yeah, no, they develop her character so much more. She is really funny in this one. I think Allison Hannigan's pretty funny in anything you put her in. She can just naturally make the scenes funny. But it's a really, really good movie. I enjoy it, and it's pretty fun. A majority of the majority of the sex, I mean, a majority of the jokes don't come. No pun intended. Fuck. But the majority of the humor doesn't come from the, you know, haha, sex funny. You know, it's the outside of I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. It's there's not many legitimate sex jokes in this movie. It's a lot of humor in a sex comedy, which is weird because there's not many jokes about sex. So technically, it's not a sex comedy. It's a comedy about sex, but you know what I mean. But American Pie, it's pretty funny. I enjoy it. I'm gonna stop rambling about this movie before I say some shit I'm gonna fucking get memed on for. But yeah, American Pie, check it out. It's a good fuck it, I'm gonna say it's a good coming of age story. There we go. Next up we got Brad Pitt. Wait, what the fuck? Did I mess something up? I think I might have. Yes, I did. I put 2 movies back to back in the order that they shouldn't have been. Fight Club is next. Fight Club, which stars Brad Pitt and Edward Norton. Fuck, I don't know how to describe this movie. Shit, yeah, I don't know how to describe this. Edward Norton is living a very mundane life until he meets Brad Pitt one night, and they start forming a fight club, and it eventually turns into more than just a fight club. This is a David Fincher film, which is a masterpiece. And, yeah, that's the best way I can describe it before going into too many minutiae and, spoiler territory. So, yeah, Fight Club. Fucking great. Edward Norton gives a great performance. Brad Pitt, one of his best performances. Helena Bonham Carter's in this, and she is really good. Meatloaf is in this, and he's fucking hilarious as Bob. Jared Leto's in this, and he's, like, okay for the 2 minutes he's on screen for. By the way, I bought this Blu-ray for, like, $8, and it's massively worth it. Get the 10th anniversary Blu-ray, guys. If you can get the 10th anniversary Blu-ray, that is much, much better. I love the, I forget which one I listened to. I think it was the commentary by Fincher, Pitt, Norton, and Helena Bonham Carter. That's a really good commentary. I really enjoyed that one. But, yeah. Fight Club, pretty good. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. But, yeah. I'm sorry I'm not being, like, super, super out there with spoilers and whatever. It's because, again, I want you guys to see these movies. I want you guys... If you guys haven't been here in the last year, I want you guys to see these movies without having too much spoiled about it and just know the basic plot and be like, oh, yeah, that sounds interesting. Check it out, you know? So, yeah, I'm sorry I'm not, you know, going into every little plot detail about Fight Club, you know? I didn't plan to anyways, but yeah. So, yeah. Next up is The Big Lebowski, which is another movie I have on DVD, which actually I didn't even plan to use this poster because it's the DVD cover. I genuinely just had this one. I just picked this poster because I was like, hey, it's upward. It's like every other poster. You know, why not? So, yeah. But yeah. We got The Big Lebowski, which is a really good movie. I don't know how to describe this movie again. It's a Coen Brothers film, which should maybe tell you all that you need to. I mean, I think my 3 favorite directors might be the Coen Brothers, Quentin Tarantino, and David Fincher. I think those might be my 3 favorite directors now that I look at it. Yeah, probably. But The Big Lebowski, basically it's a movie about the dude played by Jeff Bridges as he gets involved in fucking stuff that he doesn't want to get involved in. Pretty much, as he's trying to bowl. And there's kidnapping, mistaken identities, and white Russians. That's pretty much the best way to describe the movie. Because it's pretty funny, and it's pretty good. And yeah, Jeff Bridges is in this. He's really, really damn funny. John Goodman is hilarious in this. John Goodman maybe carries the movie. Julianne Moore's in this, and she's great as usual. Steve Buscemi is hilarious. John Turturro maybe steals the show. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the Jesus Rolls yet, but I do want to. So Big Lebowski, that is a pretty fun movie. Please go check it out. Next up, we've got Reservoir Dogs, which I own on DVD and on Blu-ray. I own these are both the 15th anniversary versions. Funny enough, I think I got the DVD first from a pawn shop, and then I got the Blu-ray at a yard sale because I was like, oh shit, it's $1. I don't own Reservoir Dogs yet, and I got home and I owned the DVD, and I was like, fuck. But yeah, I actually watched this movie a couple months ago again, and it was really, really good. Basically, this movie is about 5 guys, or 6 guys? It's 6 guys? No, 5 guys who are hired to rob a bank and then, escape and, with the money and whatever. And it goes wrong. And the movie follows as each of them eventually arrive to this warehouse where they're supposed to be hiding out. And they figure that there's been a rat. Because the police were there, within 2 minutes of them getting in, and there's all these little different things. And it's like, okay, who's the rat? And it's them trying to figure out who the rat is. And it's a really, really good film. Quentin Tarantino's directorial debut. I know the plot might not sound interesting, but it's really, really fucking good, It's really, really solid. They kidnap a cop and bring him back. Steve Buscemi is fucking great in this movie. Steve Buscemi is really, really fun. Harvey Keitel's great. Tim Roth is great. Steve Penn is really good. Michael Madsen's awesome. Lawrence Tierney's good. Quentin Tarantino actually acts in this movie. He's really funny in the opening scene, which is the only scene he's in. That's the one thing I'll spoil. He's in the opening scene, and then they mention I forget if it's Mr. Red or I forget what his color is, but Mr. Mr. Pink Steve Buscemi. Let's call it Mr. Turquoise. Mr. Turquoise is dead, and it's like, oh, okay. They just brush it off. It's really funny. But Reservoir Dogs, please check it out because it's a really, really damn good movie. I really, really like Reservoir Dogs. I was going to say maybe my favorite Tarantino. It might have been my favorite Tarantino before my favorite Tarantino came out, which you guys probably know what it is. Next up is another Tarantino. This is Pulp Fiction. This is a movie, all-star cast. You guys can see on the side there. John Travolta, Samuel L. Jackson, Uma Thurman, Harvey Keitel, Tim Roth, Amanda Plummer, Vig Rhames, Eric Stoltz, Roseanne Arquette, Christopher Walken, Bruce Willis, and I apologize for butchering her name, Maria de Medeiros. I don't know how to say the name. I am very, 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 very sorry. But yeah, this movie basically stars John Travolta and Samuel Jackson as hitmen. As I don't know how to describe this movie really. Fuck, this is a weird movie. Most Tarantinos are kind of hard to describe. But it just kind of follows John Travolta and Samuel Jackson's lives. John Travolta is supposed to go on a date with Uma Thurman. Samuel Jackson's trying to get out of the business they're in. Bruce Willis is a boxer. Vig Rhames is great in this movie. The Gimp, which if you guys know The Gimp, Jesus Christ, that scene. But Pulp Fiction, it's a really, really good movie. Yeah, it's a really fucking great movie, and I don't know how to describe it aside from that, It's just really, really good. It's a really damn good film. Majority of it is filmed incredibly. A lot of it is really fucking great. And, I don't know how to describe the movie aside from just check it out, see it for yourself, because it's a really, really good movie. Pulp Fiction, it's just a master in filmmaking. Next up is the Jackass, I'm going to say quadrilogy because I think I'm going to like number 4. But it's Jackass the movie, Jackass number 2, Jackass 2.5, and Jackass 3, and Jackass 3.5, which I do not own, unfortunately. And obviously Jackass 4 I've not seen, nor do I own, but preemptively I'm putting it on the list. The Jackass movies, bunch of guys, Johnny Knoxville, Ryan Dunn, Ben Margera, Wee Man, Chris Pontius, Preston Lacey, Aaron McGehee, Dave England, Ben Margera, I don't think I said his name, all get together as a bunch of friends and do a bunch of jackass stunts and pranks on different people. And yeah, that's pretty much, they just do a bunch of stunts and hurt themselves, and it's funny seeing people get hurt. And yeah, this is a really, really funny series of films. If you guys want to watch something that'll just be mind-numbing and gross out sometimes and just really funny to see a bunch of friends hurt themselves and hurt each other, Jackass is for you. That's really all I can say. There's stunts in there that are really, really fun. A few stunts in there, especially in the first movie, they're just like, okay, that's not really, they didn't really need to put that in there. And a couple of the stuff, in my opinion, that's on like deleted scenes, or in Jackass 2.5's case and 3.5 in that movie, that I thought, oh yeah, this should have made, this should have made, this should have made the actual film, in my opinion. But yeah, Jackass movies. Those are pretty fun. Check them out. Next up is Click, which is a movie that I have. It's not amazing, but I love it. I loved it as a kid. I enjoy it right now. It's a really fun movie. It stars Adam Sandler, who gets a universal remote control for Christopher Walken, and it legitimately controls his life. He can fast forward through different things. He can slow-mo, he can fast forward, he can rewind, he can pause, and yeah, it's just a really, it's a really, really good film. It's really fun. I enjoy it. My least favorite thing is Kate Beckinsale, just because I don't think she can act for the most part. And yeah, I like Click. I think it's fun. It's an enjoyable movie. I always loved the scene with Adam Sandler and Henry Winkler. The scene, if you guys have seen the movie, but the scene where Henry Winkler's an old man and Adam Sandler. This is the one thing I will spoil because I can't talk about this movie without mentioning this scene. But when Henry Winkler's a really old man, and they do a really, really good job giving him special effects to make him look very much older than he is. But he's older, and he interrupts Adam Sandler when he's a big businessman because he wants to go to lunch with him and his son, with Adam Sandler's son as well, and talk things over, or talk about stuff, and he doesn't want to. And Henry Winkler says, oh, I'm sorry, I love you, I'll be leaving now. And Adam Sandler keeps pausing, rewinding to hear his dad say, I love you one last time, because he's died. And that's why he goes to that scene. And it's just a really, really touching and a really, really good scene in this Adam Sandler comedy. I'd expect that out of something like Punch Drunk Love or Reign Over Me. Not in a goofy Adam Sandler movie like fucking Click. Because every time I see that, I'm like, God damn it, that scene's so good. And it really doesn't deserve to be in this movie. It deserves to be in Punch Drunk Love with how good it is. But it's a really good movie. Click, I enjoy it. It's a goofy, silly Adam Sandler film. But you know what? Hey, I love it. I love Adam Sandler in a non-homosexual way. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But hell yeah, I got a Seinfeld reference. Let's go, boys. But yeah, Click, I enjoy it. Check it out. Speaking of dumb little comedies, we got Dodgeball, which is a movie I do own on DVD finally. Yeah, this movie stars Vince Vaughn and Ben Stiller. Vince Vaughn, and probably the only good movie he's ever going to be in, so he should probably savor it. But Dodgeball. This movie stars Vince Vaughn as he is a kind of an asshole, honestly. Kind of an asshole who runs a gym, but he doesn't pay for the gym. And the guys who go to the gym don't pay for it. Ben Stiller is their rival who's trying to buy the gym from him. Which would give him a decent amount of money, and he's trying to buy the gym from him. Yeah, trying to buy the gym from him, pretty much, and he's going about it legally. Vince Vaughn decides, hey, fuck it, you want the gym? You want the gym? I'll give you it. If you win a dodgeball tournament against us. And yeah, it's very funny. It's really, really funny. I think the Pirate Joe, I forget his name, Pirate Joe, is really, really funny. The guy from Office Space is in this, and he's really, really funny. Why can't I remember his goddamn name? He's in Barry. Why can't I remember his name? I'm genuinely pissed at myself. Why can't I remember his name? His face is right fucking there, and I can't remember his name. He's really funny in this. Christine Taylor's in this. She looks like a young Lily Reinhart, which is a really good thing. I like. Justin Long is in this. He's really funny. He's pretty funny in this. Rip Tone is hilarious. Rip Tone is amazing. Ben Stiller steals the show, no doubt. He's fucking hilarious in this. Ben Stiller, I think maybe the funniest movie he's been in. He's been in some funny movies, but I think this might be his funniest. So yeah, Dodgeball. I'm really happy this is the unrated cut as well, which I believe the ending is uncensored, because I'm pretty sure in the theatrical cut they don't let Ben Stiller say fuck in the end, which I'm pretty sure he does. Spoiler, when he's all fat and whatever. But yeah, Dodgeball. It's a good movie. I enjoy it. Please check it out. Next up, we've got The Breakfast Club, which, if I can grab it, there we go. The Breakfast Club, which is a really fucking good movie. This is from 1985. It's a really good movie. A group of 5 students who were forced to take detention all at the same time end up talking with each other and changing their lives. As the thumbnail, as the poster says, they change each other's lives. It's a really good movie. All 5 actors are incredible in this. Emilio Estevez, Molly Ringwald, Anthony Michael Hall, Judd Nelson, and Ali Sheedy. They're all incredible in this. There's also what's his name's in this. Paul Gleason's in this. He's really good. He's really good. Everyone is really good in this, and it's funny. This movie is rated R, or at least in Quebec, it's rated 14 and up. But in America, apparently, it's rated R, which is really funny because there's no nudity, so it has to be rated R for the language. I'm trying to look on the DVD. I'm trying to look on the poster, but all it says is just restricted, and under 17 requires adult guidance. But Breakfast Club, it's a really damn good movie. It's a really fun movie just to watch and just enjoy the characters and hear them talking with each other, and they really get into the characters. You know, I really like this movie. I don't want to spoil much about it. You know, I don't want to spoil certain scenes. You know, that's what I don't want to do for any of these movies. So this video is probably really boring to a lot of you guys, but The Breakfast Club, it's a damn good movie. I enjoy a lot of it. My favorite character, if I had to be honest, might be Ali Sheedy, honestly. It might be Ali Sheedy. I really like her in this movie. Fucking Anthony Michael Hall, though, actually. I really like Anthony Michael Hall's character in this. Fuck, I don't know. It's torn between those two. I really like Emilio Estevez as well. Emilio Estevez is pretty good in this movie. Fuck, I don't know, actually. I don't know who my favorite character is. It's really hard to decide. All of them are pretty good. Except Molly Ringwald. She's kind of not good. I mean, she's good in the movie, but, like, her character, I'm not a big fan of. But yeah. The Breakfast Club. It's a good movie, so please check it out. Next up is Will Wonk and the Chalk Fact. If you guys have seen the Things 1 YTP, I love that YTP, but it's Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which I own on DVD. I apologize, DVD collectors, fellow DVD collectors, for ruining this not priceless, but this DVD that's probably worth about $50. Yeah, I'm big dumb. I'm very sorry for that. But Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka. A kid, Charlie, gets a golden ticket to go to the chocolate factory that Willy Wonka has reopened. Yeah, it's a magical children's film. It's really fun. It's really good. Scares the shit out of you in one scene, which is great, because I love scaring the shit out of little kids. No, but it's the scene that comes out of nowhere, and then it's gone as easy as it appears. But it's a really good movie. I enjoy it. Willy Wonka, it's a fun, feel-good film. Show it to your kids. You know, show it to your kids. You might want to try and edit that scene out, maybe. You know, but I mean, hey, it's a fun movie. It's really good. The ending is really fun. It's heartfelt. It's a really nice film. Gene Wilder's really good in it, and that's really all I can say about Willy Wonka. You know, what hasn't been said about that movie already? Next up is not another David Fincher film. It is another Aaron Sorkin film, and that is Moneyball. I own this on Blu-ray, thankfully. Big shout out to one of my sisters who got me this on DVD, or on Blu-ray I think 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, 2 years ago, yeah. But Moneyball stars Brad Pitt, Jonah Hill, and Philip Seymour Hoffman. Brad Pitt stars as Billy Bean, as he owns as he's the general manager of the Oakland Athletics. They're losing I believe it's their 3 biggest stars, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, he brings in Jonah Hill, who has this kind of revolutionary concept for baseball that values players more than teams think they're valued. They not overvalue them, they value them based on statistics. And yeah, so Brad Pitt hires him, and with that, they form this kind of oddball team. While yeah, yeah, and basically he's trying to build a championship team off of this, and it's really, really fucking good. Brad Pitt, one of his best performances in this movie. It's really, really good. I think I've seen this movie only twice, but I remember so much about this movie. You know, the scene where he's going to Chris Pratt's house to get him to, you know, join the team, and then, you know, the 20+ game winning streak that the A's go on, and it's really, really good. It's a really, really good movie. The only thing I hate about the Blu-ray is I wish there was a commentary track. You know, whether it's Bennett Miller, who's the director, Aaron Sorkin, who was one of the screenwriters, or Brad Pitt, or someone. I wish there was a commentary for this movie. But yeah, Moneyball, it's pretty good. I enjoy it. Please check it out, because it is a great movie, despite a few inaccuracies. It's still really good. So yeah, please check it out. And next up is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. This is a really good movie. I own it on Blu-ray, technically DVD and digital, but I've not even opened this yet because it's on Netflix. But this is a really, really fun movie. My favorite Spider-Man by a long shot, I think. I think the Tobey Maguire Spidey movies are probably my favorites of the live-action ones. But this is my favorite overall Spider-Man movie. It stars... who's the kid? It's Shameik Moore. I butchered that name, I'm sorry. But Shameik Moore, Jake Johnson, Haley Steinfeld's in this. Mahershala Ali is, I believe, how you say the name. Lily Tomlin's also in this. Zoe Kravitz, John Mahoney, Nicolas fucking Cage is in this. Liev Schreiber is also in this. I feel like I butchered his name too, but I know his first name is Liev, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it basically stars Shameik Moore as Miles Morales as he becomes Spider-Man, and Jake Johnson is Peter Parker. He's the Spider-Man. Haley Steinfeld is Spider-Gwen. And there's all these different Spider-Men from these different universes that come into his own, and they try and stop... Is it Pinhead or Pinball? What the fuck's the guy's name? And it's by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, who also made Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. And I believe they also made the Lego movie. So this is a really, really fun movie. I forgot to put the Lego movie on this countdown. God damn it. Considered an honorable mention. But yeah, Into the Spider-Verse, really, really good movie. I enjoy this movie. I think it's pretty good. I think it's really, really fun. It's really, really good. Haley Steinfeld is great, as always. Her voice acting is pretty good in this. Nicolas Cage as Noir Spider, or Spider Noir. It's fucking Nicolas Cage as Spider-Man. How can you not like that? But it's a good movie. I enjoy it. It's really fun. And consider us into the kids movie section, or the second kids movie section. As next up is Meet the Robinsons. Meet the Robinsons. I've had this DVD now for, I want to say 13 years. I want to say my grandmother gave this to me, or got this for me for my birthday, I think, in 2008. So, yeah, I've owned this movie for 13 years now, going on 14 in 2022. So, very happy about that. But this movie's really nice. It stars Wilbur, or is it Lewis? I think it's Wilbur. No, it's Lewis. Yeah, Lewis, who gets teleported by Wilbur into the year 2037. And he has to, because he has a time machine, and Lewis is this big genius. This big kid genius who just got one of his inventions destroyed at a little school fair. And he's transported into the future because he has to fix this kid's time machine. You know, he has to fix this kid's time machine. Things go wrong. He's stuck there for a little bit, and he ends up having to meet the Robinsons, meeting Lewis's family. I almost said his family, but no, that wouldn't have made sense grammatically. He has to meet Lewis's family. He has to meet Wilbur's family. I don't know why I keep confusing the main two characters. But he has to meet Wilbur's family, or not has to, but he ends up meeting Wilbur's family. And it's pretty fun. It's really, really funny, and it's a good film. The last maybe half an hour gets really, really dark for a Disney movie. But I'm glad they finally grew some balls and did that. But yeah, it's a really fun movie. I enjoy it. And yeah, the frogs in this movie are really funny. I enjoy the frogs. The dinosaur in there that the bowler hat guy tries to get to eat Lewis. It's a really funny scene. It's a really cute scene. I'd show this to your kids. It's a fun movie. It's really enjoyable. Meet the Robinsons is just pure family fun. I think most people will enjoy it. And to end this portion of the video before I grab the final batch of DVDs and come back here, we've got A Christmas Story. I actually rewatched this like 5 days before recording, at least part of it. I'm not sure why it's so high up on the countdown, honestly. I probably would put this probably in the 80s if I were redoing the list. But it stars a kid named Ralphie, as it tells the story of one Christmas where he wants a Red Ryder BB gun. And it's basically his journey of trying to get the gun, and he goes to school. That's a really bad segue I had. But he's trying to get the gun, and he goes to school. Those are two unrelated plot lines. He does not shoot up the school, unfortunately. But, very fortunately, I should say. But he's trying to get the gun, and with him going to school. And it's dealing with family stuff. It's a fun, cute little Christmas movie that's become very overhyped in recent years. I think it's a fun, cute little movie. I don't think it's amazing by any stretch of the word. I don't know why it's this high up. There's a lot of Christmas movies that I put on this list that I'd put way higher. But Christmas Story, it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's cute. Check it out, guys. So I'll be right back with the next stack of DVDs in a few minutes. So we'll see you when I get to those really, really soon. Alright, coming in at number 29 is Whiplash. This stars Miles Teller and J.K. Simmons. This is a movie that I do also own on Blu-ray, on DVD, not Blu-ray, unfortunately. This is a really, really good movie. It stars Miles Teller, who is a aspiring drummer. J.K. Simmons is a teacher. He's a musical teacher at a school that he's at, and Miles Teller is at. And basically, he sees him drumming one day. J.K. Simmons sees Miles Teller drumming one day and wants to take him on as a kind of a third drummer, because they already have a drummer, or a second drummer, they already have a drummer. And it's a movie, if you want to watch J.K. Simmons scream his fucking head off for an hour and a half, this is the movie for you, because holy shit, it is really, really, really good. And yeah, there's one scene that really stands out to me that doesn't involve J.K. Simmons. This is Seymour Andrew, Miles Teller's character, is drumming, and he's out in the hallway, and he's like really drumming, and his knuckles are starting to bleed, and he can't get this part down. And he just punches the shit out of his snare drum, and it's just like that's a really, really good scene for me, because I think it just really shows how much Terrence Fletcher, J.K. Simmons' character, is getting to him, and it's a really, really good scene. I think it really works if you see the movie and see that scene. It's a really damn good movie, and I'd recommend everyone watches it at least once, because it's a pretty damn good film. Number 28 is Monster House, which is another one I own on DVD. This is a movie that stars fucking who is it? It's Mitchell Musso. I forgot the fat kid's name and the girl's name. Maggie Gyllenhaal, Steve Buscemi, Nick Cannon, Kevin James, Chris Lee, Jason Lee, Catherine O'Hara, Fred Lillard are all in this. This is a really, really fun movie. It's a really nice Halloween film. If you want to show your kids something that won't be too terrifying, but something that is a little bit scary, this is, I think, the movie for you. John Hader of Napoleon Dynamite is also in this. Basically it stars DJ Chowder and the fuck's the girl's name again? I know they say Jenny. They end up having to go towards Old Man Nevercracker's house because they find out that it's alive, and Old Man Nevercracker suffered a heart attack and fucking died on top of DJ one day. And so they want to try and stop the house after it almost eats Jenny, and they're down bad. That's pretty much the plot of the movie. And they're basically trying to stop the house from coming alive on Halloween and killing everybody. It's a really fun Halloween children's film. It's really good. Really unique way of filming this movie, actually. They didn't just animate it and then record the actors' lines, then animate the scenes over it. No, they filmed the actors with like those little like the video game balls they put on you to animate you into a video game. They did that. So like when you see Steve Buscemi pick up DJ, that is Steve Buscemi picking up Mitchell Musso in real life, and it's a really really cool way to film, in my opinion. It was a really really cool way they filmed it. There's I forget which bonus feature it is. It is, I forget actually. It's Making It Real, I'm pretty sure. That's the one. It's a really, really cool... There's really cool featurettes on this. And it's just really, really cool seeing all the work that went into making this movie. And it's really, really cool. And, yeah, Monster House. It's just a really fun movie. I really enjoy it. Also, I find it really cool. It was apparently in 3D in select theaters. I would not have known that if you had just shown me... If you just show me Monster House, I'm like, yeah, there's no way that movie's in 3D. And apparently it was in select theaters. So, yeah. Next up is... Oh, fuck. We finally have to talk about this movie. This is Gone Girl. This stars Ben Affleck and Rosamund Pike. Neil Patrick Harris and Tyler Perry also in this one. This movie is another David Fincher. And, yeah. This movie has one of the most terrifying characters that I've seen, and she's a fucking small little British actor, Rosamund Pike. If you guys have seen this movie, you guys know. Basically, Ben Affleck is the husband to Rosamund Pike, and she ends up going missing. She goes missing, and they believe that he might have killed her or something went wrong, and yeah, he's trying to clear her name. And I don't think it's much of a spoiler. Wait, is it? Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I was gonna say that I was gonna say something about the plot, but yeah, he's trying to solve, or not? He's trying to solve. The police are trying to solve if he killed his wife. He's trying to prove that he didn't, and we kind of don't know what side is true, because the opening of the film is him saying. Stuff like, oh, I'd bash your fucking skull in if I had the chance, and stuff like that. So it's a really, really good movie, and it makes you understand, or makes you wonder if he really did kill his wife or not, and obviously by the end you find out if he did or didn't, because it's a David Fincher film, he has to answer the fucking question, and that's not a complaint against him, it's just that, it's a Fincher film, he's gonna answer that question, which I really like that he does that, but, Gone Girl, it is fucking terrifying. It's a great film. I've only seen it once right now. I really, really want to watch it again. But it's a really, really good movie. So please check out Gone Girl, because it is really goddamn good. It's a really, really good David Fincher film. I think it's arguably underrated. And I believe Aaron Sorkin did the screenplay for this one. I think. Did he? Wow. They actually don't. Oh, no. Gillian Flynn did the screenplay, so massive shout out to Gillian Flynn for the screenplay on Gone Girl. And next up, a very, very funny way to continue this list. Hey, the 8-year anniversary of this movie coming out. It's Wolf of Wall Street. I didn't even know this movie came out on Christmas. But yeah, this is a movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Jonah Hill, Margot Robbie's in this, Matthew McConaughey, Jon Favreau, Kyle Chandler. This is a really, really good movie. Rob Renner, sorry. This is a really good movie. It's based on the book by Jordan Belfort, also called The Wolf of Wall Street. It stars Leonardo DiCaprio as Jordan Belfort as he bumps his way up Wall Street and becomes a fucking crazy party guy, basically. And it's a really, really good movie. It's really, really fun. It's really chaotic, but goddammit, it's a fun movie. My complaint, it's Scorsese. It's over 3 hours. If it's Scorsese, it's likely reaching that 3-hour mark. But yeah, that's not even a complaint about the actual movie that, it runs too long. It's just that it's 3 hours long. But I don't know what you could cut out of the movie to make it any better and only in 2.5 hours, Not everything is needed in the movie, I'd argue. But you know what? Everything is worth watching the movie for. You can watch this movie and there's scenes where you're laughing or something and it's like, okay, that wasn't needed, but that was fun, It's not like a scene where it's, that's needed, that was a bad scene, Or that's not needed, that was a bad scene, Margot Robbie is fucking beautiful as always in this movie. Her debut, I believe, in North America. I want to say it was her debut in North America. And she had the fucking balls to go nude. And Martin Scorsese, funny story actually about that, Martin Scorsese gave her the option. She was like, all right, this is typically a nude scene. You don't have to if you don't want to. And she was like, no, the character would go nude. I'm gonna go nude. And fucking props to her for that, honestly. And, and props to fucking Scorsese for offering, hey, no, you don't have to do this. And she fucking did it. Fucking props to her, man. But, it's a fucking great film. Jonah Hill is great in this. I think this is the first movie where he was not purely dramatic, because he does have some comedic bits, but I think it's the first movie where he fully showed what he can do dramatically, and he's pretty good in this movie. Leonardo DiCaprio gives one of his best performances in this film. He's fucking great. The scene where he's coked out and he's trying to enter his car to go back home is really funny, but really impressive because of how Leonardo DiCaprio plays the scene, and he plays the character, and Leonardo is kind of shows in this movie he's not made, but he can do physical comedy pretty well, in my opinion. He's great in this, and it's just a really funny movie, and it's not really funny, but it's a funny movie. It's really interesting. It's really cool how they tell the story of Jordan Belfort, and they reveal, I think it was kind of known, but they reveal that he wasn't called the Wolf of Wall Street in real life, and how his wife, Margot Robbie's character, wasn't a Miller Lite girl. She was in the background of like one Miller Lite commercial. It's really funny. So parts of this movie are really funny. A lot of it is really good, though. It's a great Scorsese film. I'd argue my favorite. I just realized Taxi Driver's not on this list for some reason. So yeah, there's been some oversights. But I mean, hey, that's what makes the list interesting. You come back year after year, see what movies I forget, and see what movies made it. So yeah. Next up is Her. This is a great movie. This is by Spike Jonze. I believe Charlie Kaufman? No, Charlie. I keep seeing Spike Jonze and expecting Charlie Kaufman to be right there. But, and the other way around, when I see Charlie Kaufman, I'm thinking, okay, how did Spike Jonze get involved? But, Her, this is a movie starring Joaquin Phoenix, Scarlett Johansson, Amy Adams, and Rooney Mara, Joaquin Phoenix's future wife, funny enough, who actually, spoiler, I believe rejects him on a date, funny enough, which I think is kind of funny. She rejects him in this movie, and they end up being a couple in her life. But yeah, this movie stars Joaquin Phoenix as, I can remember his name. I'm looking at the fucking face. I remember his character's name, Theodore, or Theo, I believe is what they call him, as Theodore. And he, the whole world, it doesn't specify what year this is, which I love. It doesn't say which world, or what year this movie takes place in. But basically what it is Theo gets a new OS, a new operating system for his computer, who is called Samantha, played by Scarlett Johansson, originally by the actress in the scene where Samantha wants a human body, and it's that actress that she brings in for that scene. That's who originally voiced her, but they got Scarlett Johansson, and she does a fucking kick-ass job for only being a voice in this movie. But gets a new OS, and Theo ends up falling in love with her, and so it's kind of their romantic saga, showing what they go through in their love story. And it's a really damn good movie. It's a really good, unusual love story. Chris Pratt's in this, and he's really good in the 3 scenes he's in. He's really good in this. But yeah, it's just a masterpiece in writing and filmmaking and acting. Joaquin Phoenix is incredible in this movie. I'd argue his best performance, despite there being one movie ahead of this one that I like more than this one that he's in. I'd argue this is his best performance. Scarlett Johansson, this is her best performance as well. Amy Adams is really good in this, and Chris Pratt's great as Joaquin Phoenix's friend. The scene I really like in this movie, not the one scene, but the scene I really like in this movie is when Chris Pratt, he's talking with Joaquin Phoenix, he's like, hey, me and my girlfriend are going out today. You should come. You should bring your girlfriend. Because Joaquin Phoenix has told Chris Pratt, oh, I have a girlfriend. He hasn't specified. And he's like, oh, you should bring your girlfriend. We can make it a double date. And she's like, and Joaquin Phoenix is just like, my girlfriend's an OS. And because most people have been like, really, you're dating your OS or whatever. But Chris Pratt's just like, oh, cool. Oh, cool. You should bring her. And that's something that I love about that movie. It shows how close they are, without needing to just show us how close they are. And that's one scene, it shows us how close Joaquin Phoenix and Chris Pratt's characters are in this movie. And it's a really good movie. And yeah, I forget who wrote the screenplay. I know Spike Jonze had part to do in the screenplay, but I forget exactly to what extent. But fuck, it's Whoever wrote the screenplay, massive props to them. I believe this won Best Original Screenplay at the Oscars, which it deserved it for sure. But yeah, her. It's an incredible movie. I don't know what to say about it. It's a great one. Check it out. The ending of it is really fucking great. The whole movie is wonderful. It's a really beautiful, beautiful movie, both visually and conceptually. It's a really damn good film. So please check it out. And next up is Girl Interrupted. This movie is one that I do own on DVD. The stars Winona Ryder, which should tell you enough, and Angelina Jolie. Brittany Murphy's also in this. She is fucking great in this. Everyone's great in this. Elizabeth Moss is in this. Jared Leto, Jeffrey Tambor, Vanessa Redgrave, and Whoopi Goldberg is really, really solid in this movie. This movie stars Winona Ryder as Susanna. I believe it's Susanna Kaysen, I believe is her name, if I can remember correctly. I believe it's Susanna Kaysen. I'm trying to look on the back of the DVD, so that's why I'm trying to stall for time. Yes, Susanna Kaysen, as she is mistakenly diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. I'm reading off the back of the DVD just because I want to get this one right. And, she's there, and she goes against the head nurse, who is Whoopi Goldberg. And that's one thing I like about this movie. It doesn't go for the head nurse is evil and she has to overtake her. It's just the staff and humanity in general at this point are just really unknowledged about what a borderline personality disorder is and what mental illness is, and so, it's not that the nurses are evil, they're just misinformed, like majority of humanity at this point, which I really, really like that. This is a James Mangold film, and, I like that, and so, she decides to, Winona Ryder's character decides to befriend the people in there, Angelina Jolie, who ends up being a psychopath in this film. And Angelina Jolie was fucking incredible. I never understood how she never got more praise than Cameron Diaz, really. Because Cameron Diaz is fucking ugly, and she can't act. Angelina Jolie is a very, very beautiful and can act her fucking... I was going to say her balls off, but that doesn't make sense. She can act her fucking tits off. She's really damn good, Angelina Jolie. When she really, really wants to be, she can act. And this movie is definitely a prime example of that. Taking Lives, I've heard, is actually pretty good. Filmed in Montreal, I believe. Or takes place in Montreal, so hell yeah. And Montreal is probably not said once in that movie. I want to watch Taking Lives. I've heard it's actually pretty decent. But yeah, she befriends the local people in the mental institution. And yeah, Brittany Murphy is really good in this movie. She plays not Lisa, because that's Angelina Jolie. I forget the character's name. By the way, Brittany Murphy looks like fucking young Lily Reinhart. If they ever remake this movie, you can get really Lily Reinhart as Brittany Murphy, and fucking no difference right there. But yeah, she befriends them and eventually, tries to escape with Lisa and Brittany Murphy, and it's a really, really good movie. It is really good. The one thing I'll spoil about this scene, about this movie, the one thing I'll spoil again, mute. I'll do this when you can listen again. So, the one scene that I think is really, really fucking good, and it's the scene where they're in Brittany Murphy's house. Brittany Murphy has been let go from this asylum. Her dad bought her a house. Not bought her. Her dad is renting her a house, and Winona Ryder and Angelina Jolie show up one night. They spend the night. Angelina Jolie gets an argument with Brittany Murphy's character. I wish I remembered her character's name. I can't remember her name for some reason. I remembered it like 2 weeks ago when I was thinking, oh yeah, I should watch Girl Interrupted again. That's a good movie. And I can't remember her name now. So Brittany Murphy is now Brittany Murphy in this movie. But Brittany Murphy and Angelina Jolie get into an argument, and then the next morning, there's a song, and I can't remember the song's name. It's repeating over and over again, and Angelina Jolie is just making, comments just like, oh, why can't she turn that shit off or whatever. Winona Ryder is like, oh, she's probably upset. She goes upstairs. Susanna goes upstairs, and she firstly looks in her bedroom, I want to say it is, and she's not there. Just her dog, I think, and the record player going on. And so immediately, like, the facial expression of Winona Ryder, as soon as she sees Brittany Murphy not in her bedroom, her facial expression just kind of changes to one of dread. It's really, really, not subtle, but it's really, really good. And I think it shows how good of an actress Winona Ryder is, not in just this scene, but in this whole ass movie, but especially in this scene. And so she goes in towards the bathroom, and she slowly opens the door, and Brittany Murphy's character is hanging there, and she's killed herself. And Winona Ryder, just the look that she gives, and if you made this scene a silent film, and with just the music, for example, just the facial expressions could tell the hurt in Winona Ryder and Susanna, and it's a fucking great scene to showcase Winona Ryder as an actress. And it's really, really good. It's a really good one as her voice gets all shaky and she wants to call the police. And Lisa comes up and she's just nonchalant. And she's just making fun of Brittany Murphy's character still. And it's a really great, not only contrast to how insane Lisa is and how, sane, Susanna really is. But it's also a really good way to showcase, how different the personalities are, and also how different the reactions are, but also how they treat life differently, really, as well. And it's a really, really damn good scene for that, and it's a damn good scene. You can listen now if you were muted. I did the thumbs up, so yeah. That's just one of many reasons why I think Girl Interrupted is a great film. Please check it out. Fucking great movie. Yeah, it's really, really beautiful. Go watch it, please. Coming up next is Joker, and I chose this poster because it's a damn good poster. Another one I own on Blu-ray. I got it last year. Shout out to one of my sisters for picking it up for me last year. This is a really, really, really good movie. It stars Joaquin Phoenix, Robert De Niro, Zazie Beetz is also in it. Yeah, you guys don't know. It's a Joker origin story just done incredibly differently. My favorite superhero movie, or my favorite comic book movie of all time. Joaquin Phoenix gives one of his best performances in this film. Robert De Niro is great in this. It's a really, really slow burn. It's a 2.5 hour long Joker film. It's really, really, really damn good. Arthur Fleck, played by Joaquin Phoenix, is great. He's been troubled his whole life. And eventually he finds out his mother went out with, he thinks his mother went out with Bruce Wayne's father. I can't remember the goddamn name. Went out with Wayne. I can't remember his name for some reason. And yeah, so he tries to confront his would-be dad. He gets told that his mom's a nutcase. And, along with getting made fun of by his favorite talk show host, played by Robert De Niro, ends up making him go insane. It's a really damn good movie. I love Joker. It's a great film. Not Joaquin Phoenix's best performance. Again, that would probably be her. But this is definitely up there. Really, really solid movie. I don't want to spoil a goddamn thing about it in terms of what would actually be spoiling the movie. Joker, please check it out. Next up is Adventures in Babysitting. This is from 1987. I don't own this movie, unfortunately, along with her. This is one of the highest ranking films that I don't yet own on DVD. I will tell you guys when the highest ranked movie that I don't own on DVD is. But Adventures in Babysitting, this one stars Elizabeth Shue as a teenager who gets, not stood up. I was going to say stood up. That's a different movie I'm thinking of. But her boyfriend can't take her out that night because the sister's sick and it's contagious. So she ends up having to babysit these two kids. One of whom thinks Thor is a homo, which comes back into play later. It's a really, really funny scene. Both scenes where they call Thor a homo are really funny. But yeah, Elizabeth Shue has to babysit them. Her friend has a mental breakdown, so they have to try and go pick her up. The guy is the kid's friend, the boy kid's friend, tags along with them, and hilarity ensues as they try and pick up Elizabeth Shue's friend, and they can't. So yeah, it's just a really funny movie. It's really sweet and genuine. It's a really good film. It's silly, but it's fun. I enjoy it. I've seen it, I want to say 3 or 4 times now, because it's only like an hour and a half, Sometimes I'll just put the movie on and listen to it in the background. Well, not sometimes. I've put it on in the background once and listened to it. It's fun. If you want to listen to it that way, it's fine. If you want to full-out watch it, obviously it's even better. Great film. Lots of different things get involved. They get involved with like mafia type of thing going on. They have to sing the blues at one point. It's a really, really good movie, and it's fun. I like it. It's a good movie. Next up is Burn After Reading, which is another one that I do own. This stars George Clooney, Frances McDormand, John Malkovich, Tilda Swinton, and Brad Pitt. As you can tell, this is another Coen Brothers film, like I just said. It's really fun. And it's another movie that it's really hard to describe. George Clooney. All right, can I read off the back? All right. So George Clooney works at the FBI. Wait, no. What the fuck did George Clooney do in this movie again? Am I just stupid? Yeah, I think I am just stupid. But I think George Clooney works for the CIA. He starts going out with Frances McDormand, who is friends with Brad Pitt. They get on the hands of a disc of John Malkovich's CIA expose biopic that he's trying to do. George Clooney's going out with Tilda Swinton, or his wife is Tilda Swinton, and he's trying to go out with he starts dating Frances McDormand, who again is friends with Brad Pitt. They get a disc from John Malkovich, who is like I think secretly dating Tilda Swinton. I forget if that's a plot line, but yeah, it's really really funny. It's a damn good movie. It's really really funny. Everything that goes on connects them to each other. It feels like an Edgar Wright film. This honestly feels like the Coen brothers trying to do an Edgar Wright film and doing it properly, not better, but adequately equal to Edgar Wright. Not adequately, but equal to Edgar Wright. It's a really, really, really funny movie. I gotta rewatch it again. I've seen it twice now, and I remember a shit ton of it. Brad Pitt is as goofy as ever in this film, and he's great. John Malkovich just yells a lot, and to be fair, John Malkovich naturally yells a lot, so... Tilda Swinton does a really good job at playing a really bitchy character. You don't see her do that often. So to see her do that in this movie is really weird, but it feels natural. Tilda Swinton, I think, is a really, really underrated actor. She's really good. Frances McDormand is great in this, and George Clooney's really good as well in this. Who wrote the screenplay? Of course, the Coens. I should have known. It's a movie directed by the Coens. They're going to write it. That's a tip. If ever you guys want to talk Coen brothers, you might as well mention that they write and direct their own movies. But yeah, Burn After Reading. It's a really fun movie. Please check it out. And next up is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I don't own this one. Chevy Chase and Beverly D'Angelo. It's Christmas Vacation. It's a really funny movie. I watched it last night for Christmas Eve. And, yeah, it's Chevy Chase, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. The Griswold family, hilarity ensues at Christmas time. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to reveal anything about this movie. It is hilarious. Please check it out. The only good vacation film, I think. I think Vacation is a decent... I haven't seen European or Vegas, but I'm sure those aren't much better and much to write home about. But Christmas Vacation is extremely funny. I enjoyed it a lot. And, yeah, me and my best friend probably watched that. And the night before, last night, or this morning, if you want to look at, as soon as 12 a.m. hits that it's Christmas, then, yeah, you get what I mean. But, yeah, Christmas Vacation, it's really good. Next up is Coraline, which is a movie that I do own. I like that we're getting a vast difference. I think we're getting I love that we're getting a lot of different genres. We're getting comedy, we're getting a comic book, we're getting drama, we're getting dramedy, we're getting thriller, we're getting some suspense, we're getting some kids, we're getting some kids. That is not a good thing to say ever. But we're getting some children's films. We're getting horror. We're getting a bunch of different genres. I like that. But Coraline, this is a really fun movie. It's a stop-motion animation film. Brilliantly done. Henry Selick directed this. A big shout out to the company that did the stop motion for this movie. I don't know who it is, but they did a really good job of this. I believe they also did 9, I think. Unless it was just released by Alliance. Those both were released by Alliance Atlantis. I don't remember. But Coraline, it's a great movie. It stars Coraline, who ends up moving to the Pink Palace with her parents, and she ends up finding this door in her house that takes her to a different world where her mom and dad are, as she thinks, perfect versions of what she wants them to be. Her dad cooks while her mom cooks. Her real mom cooks while she wants her dad to cook, and that's who does in the alternate world. She wants a pair of gloves in the real world that she can't get because her mom can't afford them yet. In the fantasy world, she gets those gloves, you know. So it's different. It's stuff like that goes on, and eventually she finds out not all is what she wants in that world, and it's really, really good. It's a really good movie. Part of it is a little bit of a slow burn as she meets the characters in the Pink Palace, but it's really good. It's based on the book, I believe, by Henry Selick, I think. No, Neil Gaiman, which I'm really hoping he gets working on Coraline 2, because I've heard he has an idea for Coraline 2, so I would love a sequel, both in book form and in movie form. I would really, really like that. But Coraline, there's a lot of different underlying there's a lot of underlying themes in this film, and there's a lot of really, really cool hints as to what really is the Pink Palace and what the other mother really is, and I really like they don't reveal everything, because I think that does leave a lot for Neil Gaiman to write about in a sequel book, or for the screenwriters to determine, you know, who knows. But it's a really good movie. I'm not going to spoil it, nor am I going to spoil any of these movies, like I said, without doing the mute, and we'll do this, you know, type of thing. So yeah, Coraline, it's a really good movie. Please check it out. Next up, we've got I was going to say pornography section, but it's not porn. It's movies about porn, I guess you could say. Firstly, we got Don John. Well, porn and sex, I should say. But Don John, this movie stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Scarlett Johansson, and Julianne Moore. Fucking what's his name's also in this. What's his name? Tony Danza. Tony Danza's in this. Brie Larson's in this. Don John is played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He's a guy who is addicted to pornography and is able to get any girl he wants. Basically, that's why he gets the name Don John. Until he meets Scarlett Johansson, who plays Barbara Sugarman. I remember a lot of the characters' names in this, which I'm really happy about. And those are the only two I'm pretty sure, because I forget Julianne Moore's character's name, which is fucking fun. To be fair, she just plays herself, really. She just plays herself in every movie, it seems. But meets Scarlett Johansson, who he sees as the perfect woman, and eventually he starts a relationship with her, and he's trying to how the fuck do I describe this movie? He's trying to maintain a relationship with her while going to college for her, while trying to get a job for her, doing everything that she wants, and it's a really interesting look. And then he meets Julianne Moore at college, and again, I don't want to spoil too much about the movie, but it's a really, really interesting. It takes a really interesting approach as to how people see porn and how people see real life, but also it compares to how people see movies and how people see real life. I really, really like how they take that, I guess you could say, three-way dynamic. I really like how they do it, because Don John's addicted to watching porn, and Scarlett Johansson's character really likes watching overly romantic movies, you know, like The Notebook and stuff like that. And it's really interesting how they have the stigmas related into this film, and it's really good. It was written and directed by Joseph Gordon-Levitt, which is really, really impressive, because I believe he said in a behind-the-scenes featurette he first had the idea for this movie, I think he said a decade before it actually came out. So 2003. I believe they said he only started writing it in 2000. I believe he said he only started writing it in 2009. I think when he was filming 500 Days of Summer, which is a pretty decent movie. It's not on the list, but started writing it then and started getting backing, whatever, and was able to get the actors he wanted and made the movie that he wanted, and it works for the better, because I think if a studio had gotten involved, it would not have been that good of a movie. I think it honestly would have been very, very lackluster, but because he was able to make the movie that he wanted, I think it's really good. It's a really smart, funny movie. It's really good. Brie Larson has like 2 lines in this movie, and like, not even like to hate on her, this might be her best role. Not even to hate on her. I think she's a good actress. She has her moments in movies, but this might be her best role that I've seen her in so far. Keeping in mind that I have not seen Room yet, and I've heard Room is really, really good. Tony Danza's his dad, and that's just really, really good casting. That's just really, really good casting. So Don John, it's a really good film that doesn't get explicit, I should mention. It's rated R. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's rated R. And I like that it says there's sexual content, but it just brings up sexual content and porn. It doesn't show much of anything, which is, I have to respect, you know, because a movie like this could easily go the route of showing as much as possible, but no, this movie shows very minimalistic. It's very minimalistic in its approach to showing anything, and it really only does it once or twice when it has to for the plot, and I like it. You know, it's a good movie. It's a really, really good, not necessarily character study, but it's a really good movie to explore the themes in, I think, and the messages that it delivers. It's a really good movie. So, Don John, it's pretty good. It's really, really good. Next up, we've got, wait, what the fuck? Why is this one next? Did I put this one? Oh, I guess I did. Okay. Yes, God, Yes is next. This one stars Natalia Dyer, and this movie is, the final movie on the list that I don't own. So every other movie, can I show them without any of them getting spoiled, is the question. Every other movie that's on this list is one that I own. You guys probably know at least 3 or 4 of them if you guys watch the Top 100 Movies list, and for some reason remembered some of the box arts. But yes, God, yes, this movie stars Natalia Dyer as a Christian girl, and I want to say 2002, I think, is when they set this movie. I forget. But it's a sex comedy, but it's not your typical 2000s sex comedy, which is really funny, because it's not like 2000s sex comedies, but it's set in that period when sex comedies were really, really bad and really stupid, which I think is kind of funny, that contrast in itself. But she starts as a Christian girl who is trying to explore herself sexually, and she ends up getting sent to this type of like camp thing. I don't know exactly what it is. I guess it's like Christian boot camp, not boot camp, because they don't fucking like whip you and make you do like all these drills or whatever. But it's like this like getaway for a weekend or something like that. And she's trying to figure out who she is and explore herself. And it's a really, really good movie. And again, just like Don John, this is one that relies on not showing much. You know, it's very heavily based on the performance from Natalia Dyer, which is really, really good. As you know, I wouldn't say it's necessarily exceptional like the review in the poster says, but it's a really, really good performance. It is really, really solid. You know, a lot of the dialogue in this movie that she says, it makes it very innocent. You know, when a lot of people would have come into this movie and done it, you know, as raunchy as possible, or would have done it without a you know, innocent tone, because she has a very, very innocent character, you know, and it you know, I like the opening of this film, you know, because it shows her in a very innocent light. You know, she's eating cheese sticks at her computer, and you know, she's doing little trivia things on AOL, you know, and this guy messages her and sexts her and sends her inappropriate messages, and that's how she starts to want to discover herself. You know, it's nothing where she becomes corrupt or anything, but she just gets curious, and she starts to try and learn more. And it's a really, really good movie that also kind of exposes how fucking stupid religion is. I think I mentioned this in last year's video, and I like how I said I wasn't going to talk much about these movies, and here I am rambling for 10 minutes about Girl Interrupted, Coraline, Don John, and Yes God Yes. I gotta love me sometimes, guys. You really gotta. It's because I got a lot of shit to say about these last couple movies, I think. That's why. But, you know, and like I said, it exposes how stupid religion really is, you know, as a concept and in execution. You know, the guy from Home Sweet Home Alone is in this, which, don't watch Home Sweet Home Alone. It's fucking trash. I hate that I gave Disney money by watching it on Disney+. Big shout out Alice Girl 3 for allowing me to use her Disney Plus account. Very happy about that. Which, if any of you guys are watching this far, big commendments to you guys. Holy shit. But yeah, it exposes how stupid religion is, and especially in terms of how it condones, you know, sex and sinning and all this. And, you know, again, the Bible, if you're gay, you're going to hell, which, you know, it's fucking retarded. You know, how Jesus Christ, if he even exists, which he probably doesn't, thinks, you know, hey, if you're a homo, you're going with the fucking big man down below, you know. And, yeah, you know, all that stuff. But enough about my ramblings about religion. I think religion is fucking stupid. If you believe, I don't care. You can go ahead and believe. My belief is that religion is stupid. The only God I believe in is the dude. I guess you could say I'm a dudist. My religion is Dudeism. But yeah, Yes God Yes. Getting back to the topic at hand, that's a really fun movie. It's a really good movie. And again, it relies a lot on the performance of Natalia Dyer. And that's not to say, like, oh, if you take her out of this movie, it's a bad movie. But it relies on the performance of the main character. And because it is a movie that very much focuses on the main character. It's not a movie... I just realized fucking Happiness wasn't on this list. I just realized I didn't put Happiness on this list. Fuck it, I'm talking about Happiness in a minute. Take off Christmas Story off the list. Happiness is number 30 or whatever. But Yes God Yes is a really good movie, like I said, that relies on the main characters. That, you know, it relies on the main characters, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't focus so much on the extra characters, because they're there. They're extras meant to complement, not compliment in terms of like, oh, you're so pretty, but meant to complement the performance of the main character and be there to serve as plot lines in a way, you know? Like the guy from Home Sweet Home Alone is there as the religious figure, you know? And the scene, the one scene I love, not the one scene I love, but there's one scene that I really, really like. It's a scene where she's gotten punished for, I forget what she does exactly. I think it's for having her phone with her, because they're supposed to give her their phones in, and I think she snuck hers in. But she's being punished. She has to clean out the kitchen, and she has to clean up and whatever. And she has this like loaf of like corn, and it's like slush or whatever. And so she's trying to find the garbage, and she can't. And all of a sudden, the religious dude comes in, and she actually had planted, because there's this overlying plot that she ends up sexting on his computer, and they're trying to figure out who did it. And she has this bracelet from a guy that she liked, and so like she sneaks it in there, and she's still holding this slush or whatever. And he comes in, and he starts Again, no, there's nothing explicit shown, which is, again, I think that's how you can judge a movie about sex, is if they show anything super explicitly, they're trying way too hard to compensate for how bad the movie is. If they don't show anything, it's because they don't need to, and they don't have to. And I think sexual movies can learn more from Yes God Yes and Don John, where if they're going to make a movie about this, they don't have to show much, you know? And he starts masturbating to a pornographic video, and she has to sneak into the closet, and it shows, like, you don't even have to hear anything. She doesn't have to give an inner monologue or anything. You know he's a fucking hypocrite. You know he's a hypocrite just from what he's doing and what he's teaching these kids. And it's the genius in this movie that what it doesn't say is so much better. Not so much better, but it's better when it does. The movie doesn't need to say anything than when it does, you know? And it's just, it's a great film, you know? And it's a really, really good film. We do never find out if she does throw the slush out in the garbage or not. We do not find that, so that is a plot hole. We need a sequel to clear that up. No, but seriously. And I'm going to talk about Happiness for a minute, because fuck Christmas Story, get that off the list. We're putting Happiness number 30. Happiness, it's a movie that features a bunch of different characters as they all intertwine with their lives, and it's a masterpiece in filmmaking. I'm not saying anything about the individual plot lines. There's one particular that is fucking disturbing and really, really creepy. But it's a fucking great movie. It's really, really good. Happiness is in the list, number 30. I would have gotten the poster, but I obviously I forgot for some reason. Somehow forgot that Happiness existed. I apologize. But yeah, Yes God Yes. It's a great movie. Check it out. And to wrap out the explicit, the explicit in nature films, and my encoding is overloaded. We've got Boogie Nights. This is a really, really, really good movie. This stars Mark Wahlberg. This is a movie that I do own. Stars Mark Wahlberg, Julianne Moore, Burt Reynolds, Don Cheadle, John C. Reilly, William H. Macy, Heather Graham, Philip Seymour Hoffman. This movie has an absolutely incredible cast of characters. It's a really, really damn good cast. It stars Mark Wahlberg, who... Jesus. Mark Wahlberg, who is this just kid. I think he's 17 in this movie. Or not Mark Wahlberg, but the character is 17. Wait, hello, I'm back. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I was looking at the note from the to the viewer on the back of the DVD. I was like, wait, is that like a special note of what you're about to watch? But no, it's just like, oh, this is Boogie Nights, because like New Line Platinum series. But stars Mark Wahlberg, who is this character. I like how we've gotten through not even a whole ass stack of DVDs yet, and we're 40 minutes into this. That's how good this recording is going to be. This video is going to be 4.5 hours long. I'm just warning you guys now. But Boogie Nights, again, stars Mark Wahlberg as this kid who is in a very, very abusive house with his mother, and eventually he leaves one day because he has a giant ass package. That's not what you're thinking is legit. He has a giant package, and he ends up meeting Burt Reynolds, who is a porn director, gets him into the business, and it's a movie very much about Mark Wahlberg's, or excuse me, his name in the movie's Dick. If it was Dick, that would be way too close. Dirk Diggler, which is one of the greatest character names of all time. I'm sorry, but Dirk Diggler is a great name. But yeah, it stars him showing his rise to the top of the business and his quick spiral down as he gets involved with drugs, and, you know, kind of tearing his whole life apart. And it's a really, really good, I don't want to say character study, but it's a really, really good movie to watch. If you want to follow a character and see all these background characters, not background characters, but see all these side characters that are really, really memorable. Don Cheadle is a TV salesman who wants to be something more, you know. Philip Seymour Hoffman is very, very bi-curious. He kisses Mark Wahlberg at one point, and, you know, it's wondered if he's gay or not, you know. And Burt Reynolds is, you know, is the sleazy, Burt Reynolds. It's Burt Reynolds. You know, he doesn't really play anyone. He's just Burt Reynolds, you know. And, you know, Heather Graham's Roller Girl. William H. Macy's getting cucked by his wife, and, you know, the scene where he fucking kills them and himself. It's a great scene, you know. And John C. Reilly's just the really cool bro best friend, you know. And so many of these characters are memorable. It's a fucking great film, you know. And Jack Horner is Burt Reynolds' character's name is Jack Horner. That's a great name. But Boogie Nights, it's an incredible film. It's really, really good, and it makes it high up on the list because of what it does. And it's Paul Thomas Anderson. It's Paul Thomas Anderson, so you know he's not going to get too explicit. There's some explicitness in the film, but there's not too much. It's more so in the dialogue, more so than what it shows. Same with the other two films, or the other three films, I should say, technically, including Happiness. But Boogie Nights is a great film. I was really happy to find this for, I think, like $2. So Boogie Nights, check it out. It is a beautiful, wonderful Paul Thomas Anderson film, and I think most people would like it if you're of age to see it. If you're not of age, don't watch it, but if you're of age, check it out. If you're not of age, watch it when you're 18, or whenever. Fuck it, watch it whenever. I don't care. If you're like 12, watch it. Who cares? It's fucking sex. Who cares? It's not like you're watching a violent movie. Sex is fucking... You can show sex more than violence. I'm of that mindset. Violence is more harmful to the youth. And now that we're done with my controversial takes, number 15 is 1 Hour Photo. This is a really, really good movie. It stars Robin Williams as, I just gotta find exactly his name, Cy Parrish. I almost said Alan Parrish. But I wanted to remember which one was Jumanji. 1 Hour Photo, again, one I own. As Cy Parrish, who's a photo guy, and he is a guy who ends up being infatuated with this family, the Yorkin family, not Sorkin. Not Aaron Sorkin, unfortunately, but the Yorkin family. And he starts to stalk them and wants to be that Uncle Cy. He wants to be a part of their life. And it's a really, really disturbing film, and it's fucking great. Robin Williams, in my opinion, gives his best performance in any movie in this film. And yeah, it's holy shit. It's just a really good movie. I don't want to spoil anything in the movie, so all I can say is that it's really disturbing. It's really fucked up. It's great. It is a really, really good movie. 1 Hour Photo. Please check it out. I know I talked about Don John, Yes God Yes, and Boogie Nights for like 20 minutes. But it's because I really, really wanted to talk a lot about those movies because I knew there was a lot I could say without necessarily spoiling them. 1 Hour Photo, if I start talking about it, I have to get into spoiler territory. So, 1 Hour Photo. It's a really, really damn good... This is a movie where it is a straight-up character study of Cy Parrish. It's really, really interesting to look at what mental illness he clearly has. And it's really, really good. It's a fucking incredible film. Just please watch it. 1 Hour Photo. It's great. Next up is Happy Gilmore, which is a movie I actually do own, but it's downstairs because my dad owns it, and I don't have it upstairs with me. Happy Gilmore, it's a really, really fun, it's a goofy Adam Sandler movie. Yeah, it's just one where he plays this hockey player who is great at golf because he has a really powerful shot, and it's a fun Adam Sandler movie. It makes me laugh every time I watch it. It's a fun, feel-good film. That's really all I can say about it. Happy Gilmore. Check it out. It's a really funny film. Chubbs is hilarious. Chubbs is great. And Happy Gilmore. It's a great movie. Yeah, it makes me laugh every time I see it. Please check it out. Next up, you've got Back to the Future. All 3 of them. I'm putting 1 and 2. I haven't seen 3 in a while, so I can't put 3. I own this on DVD. This is the 25th Anniversary Trilogy, which is the 4-disc edition, which I cannot say enough good things about. If you guys can find this for $10 and under, absolutely pick it up. Hell, $20 and under, absolutely pick this up. Especially if it's on Blu-ray, because holy shit, this is a really good box set. Or a DVD pack, I should say. But Back to the Future, Marty McFly is a slacker at school. He ends up, he knows Doc Brown, and he ends up accidentally having to go back to the past to save Doc Brown from 1955, and the trilogy happens from there. That's all I'm going to say. It's a really, really great, feel-good trilogy of films. It's a really great soundtrack movie, 1 and 2. Great visual films, the second one. They're just really fun movies to watch. I don't know what to say that hasn't already been said about these films. They're just really great. Christopher Lloyd is perfect as Doc Brown. Michael J. Fox thankfully took the role over Eric Stoltz, or got the role after Eric Stoltz bombed in his audition, thankfully. So Back to the Future, pretty good movies. Pretty good films. And I used the poster for the second one because I prefer the second one to the first one, even though they're both kind of neck and neck for which one I like more. Next up is the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I love these old school kids film posters. You know, like big action, big romance. Like I love these cheesy kids posters they have. One I own on DVD, actually twice. I should have grabbed both of them. But the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, it's just fun. It's the SpongeBob movie. It stars SpongeBob and Patrick as they have to go get King Neptune's crown from Shell City because Plankton's a little bitch and he stole the crown and brought it to Shell City himself. I like as an adult saying swear words about SpongeBob because it's just funny. But yeah, Scarlett Johansson is in this movie. So is Jeffrey Tambor and Alec Baldwin and David fucking Hasselhoff. And it's fun. It's pure fun SpongeBob madness. It's a great film. I saw this as early as I think 3 years old when it was on TV one day, and I've loved it ever since. One of my favorite comfort films. I'll watch this a lot. It's a really, really fun movie, and I just really enjoy it. SpongeBob. It's SpongeBob. Who doesn't love SpongeBob? Come on. It's SpongeBob. SpongeBob. Come on. SpongeBob. And what a way to follow it up. We got 7 coming in at number 11, barely missing the top 10. No, I was not going to put this at number 7. Fuck you. It was either number 7 or 77, and this movie does not deserve to be as low as 77. But 7, Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. Brad Pitt's a new officer assigned to a case that Morgan Freeman's on, where this killer is killing people based on the 7 deadly sins, as you can see on the poster: gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, wrath, pride, and dust. Lust. Sorry, not dust. If dust was a sin, would have died 8 years ago. No, but seriously, it's a really good movie. It's a Fincher film, which should tell you how good it is. It's David Fincher. It's just a perfect film. Not a perfect film, but it's really, really good. One thing I would have changed is Gwyneth Paltrow out of there. I cannot stand Gwyneth Paltrow. Even if she's okay in this movie, I hate Gwyneth Paltrow. I cannot stand her. Even then, she's all right in this movie. But yeah, it's a movie that I honestly can't watch if it's late at night. If it's late at night, not because it's scary, just because it's like how thrilling it is, and just like the suspense. Even though I know what happens, and I've seen this 3 or 4 times, it's just that good at rebuilding the suspense as to, oh God, what's happening? What happens? And when the reveal of the killer and the last 45 minutes are just, I'm getting chills now just thinking of the movie, because goddamn it, I don't want to spoil anything, but just watch this movie, go in blind. Don't look up any spoilers about this movie. Just go in blind. It is one of those movies you have to, because 7 is one of my favorite movies, and it's absolutely incredible. Please just check it out. All right, so coming in, just entering the top 10 into number 10 is another Fincher. You guys probably know it. That is Zodiac. This is the best Fincher, in my opinion. I rewatched this actually like 5 days ago, which I know, why are you watching Zodiac around Christmas time? Fuck you, that's why. No, but seriously, because I was falling asleep and I wanted a movie to watch, and I put Zodiac on. I was like, hey, let me watch the commentary, and then it was really low, and so I was like, God damn it. So I fell asleep to pretty much nothing. But Zodiac, I own this one on Blu-ray, obviously. I love this collector's edition, or this, director's cut, because it's shaped. Well, the thing here is it looks like the letters of the Zodiac, and it even includes the "Please rush to editor," which I think is a really cool touch. But yeah, the stars Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., and Mark Ruffalo. Jake Gyllenhaal is a cartoonist at the San Francisco Chronicle. It's on the fucking Blu-ray, and I can't even remember. But the San Francisco Chronicle. Robert Downey Jr. is kind of a cocky, not head writer, but he's a guy that works there, and basically they pseudo, but not really team up to try and figure out who the Zodiac is. Mark Ruffalo is a forensic investigator who needs his animal crackers, and it's a really good film. I don't want to spoil much about it, about if they find the Zodiac killer, who they think it is, but all I want to say is the killings that the Zodiac commits in this film, because the movie starts with one of them, and I believe there's 2 more, I think. It is really, really good. Those are one of my favorite scenes, some of my favorite scenes in the film, especially the second one where he ties the guy up, or he has the girl tie the guy up, ties her up, and they're trying to reassure each other everything's going to be fine, and then the Zodiac just fucking stabs both of them, and the way they get stabbed, it looks really realistic. And that's one thing I have to give David Fincher in this film, is he wanted to make sure that the killings in this movie were as brutal and as realistic as possible to stray people away from doing these in real life, and it's a great masterwork, you know, because that's how you do it. You don't just say, hey, don't kill, it's bad. You show people movies and show them real case footage of, like, yeah, this is how brutal it gets. And then you fucking traumatize people to not kill. That's how you do it, in my opinion. Why do you think I'm not killing anybody? Seriously, though, like, come on. Like, it's fucking it's common sense. That's what you do. But so I feel like I almost need to hold the movie like this. Like it's a goddamn letter. I feel like I have to hold it like it's a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. How has no one done that yet? How has no one done that as a parody of the Zodiac with Blue's Clues yet? I'm gonna fucking do that. And if you guys steal it, you're getting sued. You're getting sued and brought to wrestler's court. But Zodiac, it's a good movie. Check it out. I don't got much to say about it aside from it's a damn good Fincher. Coming in at number 9 is Zombieland, another movie that I do own on Blu-ray. Not the second one, but the original. I do like the second one, but I don't think it was good enough to make it onto the top 100, especially with some of the movies that got snubbed, apparently. But Zombieland, this is a movie starring Woody Harrelson, Jesse Eisenberg, Abigail Breslin, and Emma Stone. Also featuring that bitch Amber Heard, who abused Johnny Depp. Don't forget, Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. Never forget. And somehow she's the one doing abusive motivational speeches. Fuck Amber Heard. But yeah, enough on that bitch. But this movie stars these four as they survive the zombie apocalypse and try to coexist. Emma Stone and Abigail Breslin keep fucking robbing Woody and Jesse. And it's a fun movie. It's a really, really fun zombie movie. It makes me laugh every time I watch it. Woody Harrelson is arguably at his best in this movie. He's really, really funny. I like Woody Harrelson a lot in this movie. It's a really nice, fun movie. There's some touching moments. Bill Murray, obviously, I couldn't get through a review of this movie if I didn't mention Bill Murray. He is hilarious in this. He is really, really damn funny. Do you have any regrets? Garfield, maybe. He is one of the best lines in the movie, and I believe it was ad-libbed as well, which is hilarious. So, yeah, Zombieland, it's a great movie. Please, check it out. Coming in at number 8 on this list is a movie I don't think a lot of you guys expected to be on this list, but I rewatched it sometime this year, and I thought, you know what, yeah, I really love this movie. And that's The Butterfly Effect, which is, again, a movie I own on DVD. It's a really, really good movie. It stars Ashton Kutcher, Amy Smart's in it. Which guy is in it? Because I want to remember his name. William Lee Scott, I think it might be. Eric Stoltz is also in this, so something tells me Eric Stoltz isn't the guy that got snubbed from Back to the Future. Why do I have a feeling it was someone else? Or the name was someone else. It was Eric something. It might have been Eric Stoltz. But The Butterfly Effect, this is a really, really good movie. Ashton Kutcher stars as a guy who, I'm trying to remember, because I remember the alternate life so much more than the legitimate life. But, well, he's a guy who's trying to get over disturbing, traumatizing events from his childhood. And he ends up reading his journals one day because he was told, hey, keep a journal, because he has blackouts. He has blackouts whenever these disturbing events happen, and he's told to write in his journal whatever he remembers happening. And when he reads them out, he's able to travel back to those events, and he ends up altering them, and he ends up going to different universes pretty much. And it's really, really good. There are some inconsistencies, like, for example, the one thing I will spoil is the scene where he's brought back to school and he's got his model, and it has like these 2 spikes, because I forget what he had to do. It was like, oh, take this, and he stabs his hands on them, and because like he's in jail, he reads the journal, and because he's trying to get out and whatever, and he stabs his hand, and he wakes up, and he's still in that jail, and he just has the imprints of the stabs on his fingers. That he wouldn't be in that situation exactly. He'd probably be elsewhere, because that timeline he didn't stab himself. But in the timeline where he did, he'd have to go to the hospital, and probably not all that, whatever. But that's just a minor flaw. Every movie has flaws, you know. It's just one that was brought up to me. I'm like, yeah, that's a legit criticism. That's actually a good point. But I still love this movie. It's really, really good. Oasis plays at the end of it, which makes it even better. I'm not spoiling what song, or actually no, I think I spoiled it in the rock songs. Don't go watch the rock songs list. Watch this, then you can watch the rock songs list. But yeah, it's a really, really, really good movie. Like I said, Oasis plays at the end of it, which, come on, it's Oasis. How can you go wrong with Oasis playing for a soundtrack? Which makes me wish they did Trainspotting even more, and Noel didn't be such a fucking idiot and think the movie was just about Trainspotting. literal train spotting. But Butterfly Effect, it's a great movie. Ashton Kutcher is really, really good in this. Gives his best performance by far. He clearly really liked doing this film. But yeah, he can, like I said, he can go back and change different events, and he ends up in different universes. One's where he's in love with Amy Smart's character, who he loved as a kid. One's where I believe there's one where she's dead even. There's one where her brother is a big-time psychopath. There's one where he turns out just normal. There's one where he loses his arms in an explosion. There's a lot of different universes that they explore, and it's a really, really good movie. And the ending like always gets to me. It's like, fuck, that's such a good movie. I always get chills when I see the ending of the movie just because it's like, holy shit, that's, and I love the way they take it because it's, the only thing I'll spoil is it's not just the generic, oh, we made our relationship work despite all the clear issues with it. Like, they don't do that, and I love that about this movie. It's a really uncliched time travel movie, and while I think 12 Monkeys has probably the most consistent rules of any time travel movie, at least ones that I've seen, I love Butterfly Effect a little bit more, not a little bit more, a lot more. Again, Ashton Kutcher performance is great in this. What they do with the concept of time travel in this movie, I think is really, really good. And I love the original ending way more than the alternate ending, because the alternate ending I think is a little bit cliched actually. I will spoil the alternate ending because it's not the legitimate ending. It's where he reads like a journal entry. I'm pretty sure it's a journal entry from when he was born, but like he was told to read the journal start the journal when he was like 8 or something. It's weird. But I guess like he makes up a journal entry when he was born, and he's in the womb, he's about to be born, and he wraps the umbilical cord around himself and just chokes himself to kill himself. The one thing I do like though about the alternate ending is his mom, when it's happening, what she says, I really like, because, oh no, not again. So it makes it seem like this has happened more than once, and I like that. I like that idea. And I think they should have stuck with the alternate ending if they were going to make more sequels with that concept. But I prefer the original ending a lot more. I love the original ending, mostly because they get Oasis playing in there, which, come on, again, I'm a big-time Oasis fan, so of course I'm going to love the original ending. But even if it was another band playing, I'd love the original ending more, But Butterfly Effect, it's a great film. I love it. And yeah, check out the movie. It's really good. Up next is Punch Drunk Love, which is another movie that I'm really, really happy I own on DVD. This is the 2-disc special edition, which I got for $10 off of eBay this year, which I was really, really happy to find for $10. And yeah, Punch Drunk Love. It stars Adam Sandler and Emily Watson. Philip Seymour Hoffman and Louis Gussman are also in it. Another Paul Thomas Anderson. So Boogie Nights is not my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson. It is Punch Drunk Love. Because for some reason I keep forgetting Paul Thomas Anderson did Punch Drunk Love. He also did, I think, Magnolia, but I haven't seen Magnolia yet. But Punch Drunk Love is a great, great film. It stars Adam Sandler as a guy who he's kind of stuck. He doesn't know what to do with his life until he meets this girl played by Emily Watson, who his sister wants him to meet up with. His sisters are very abusive and were very abusive in childhood. And he meets Emily Watson's character, Leslie Jones. Fuck, apparently Leslie Jones edited this movie. She's got more talent than just being... I was going to make a joke there, but you know what? Yeah, no, never mind. I'm not going to make the joke that I wanted to because I'm not going to be seen as racist. Fuck you if you think I'm racist. I hate everyone equally. But legitimately, if you guys don't believe me, I don't think you guys can see it. Oh, you guys can kind of see it a little bit, but it says right there, Leslie Jones, editor. Can you guys see it on the poster? Yeah, you guys can see it on the poster. Editor Leslie Jones, which is really, really funny. Imagining like a 9-year-old Leslie Jones editing this masterpiece of a film when she hasn't done anything good in her life. But yeah, so he meets Emily Watson, and she kind of changes his life. You know, he makes him on purpose. Adam Sandler actually had called a phone sex line to literally just talk with someone, and now they're scamming him out of his money. And yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman's also in this. I was about to say I didn't mention that, but no, yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman's in this. Louis Gussman is Adam Sandler's coworker. He's really good in this. I think Louis Gussman works really good when he's given movies like this and Boogie Nights, when he's given these movies to just kind of act, not be the stereotypical Mexican guy who's there for comedic relief. Like, when he's actually able to act like in this and Boogie Nights, he is really good. He does show some of those tendencies from later Louis Gussman in Boogie Nights, but it is really funny when he does in that movie. But Punch Drunk Love, it's a great movie. I'm not spoiling much about it, but it's a really sweet, really good romantic film. And yeah, it's probably my favorite romantic film that actually treats it realistically. This and Butterfly Effect, I think, have that realistic effect to the film, and I think they work really, really well. And Punch Drunk Love, Adam Sandler's best performance in my opinion. Please check it out. And I just realized Uncut Gems not on this list. Honorary mention to that, I guess. So Punch Drunk Love coming in at number 6, I believe. Yeah, number 7. Sorry. So yeah, coming in at number 6. We're about to find out in just a minute. And in at number 6 is Shaun of the Dead. This is another movie out on DVD, thankfully. This is just a really fun British zombie comedy movie. Zombie romantic comedy. It stars Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, who else is in this? Bill Nighy, Lucy Davis, Dylan Moran, who's really, really funny. Kate Ashfield's in this. Penelope Wilton, who's an absolute sweetheart in this movie. She's really, really nice and fun in this movie. But Shaun of the Dead is a movie about Shaun, played by Simon Pegg. Life's in a rut. His best friend is very lazy, played by Nick Frost, but he's that lovable best friend. And his girlfriend, played by Kate Ashfield, breaks up with him. And the night after they get drunk, a zombie apocalypse starts. And he kind of has to take control of his life as he tries to save Kate Ashfield. Fucking, what's her name? Not Diane. Why can't I remember her name? God damn. But tries to save his girlfriend, her two friends, played by Dylan Moran and Lucy Davis, who's an absolute sweetheart as well, and his mom and his dad, played by Bill Nighy, who is incredible in everything he's in. But it's a really, really funny movie. It has some heart. It doesn't just take the zombie apocalypse as a complete joke, even though they're the walking zombies. You know, and I think Simon Pegg or Edgar Wright, and this is an Edgar Wright movie, by the way, the best of the Cornetto trilogy. Edgar Wright or Simon Pegg, I think it was Simon Pegg who said this. He puts it best. He says, the afterlife is not an energy drink in regards to running zombies, which I think is fucking hilarious. And yeah, Shaun of the Dead, it's a great movie. And yeah, check it out. Shaun of the Dead is just a masterpiece in how to do a comedy film, in my opinion. Coming in at number 5 is a movie I've seen once. And it was a month ago, and it has really, really done an effect on me because it is a really great film, and that is The Shawshank Redemption. I know a lot of people say it's the best movie of all time, and I can see why people think that. It's not mine. It is my 5th favorite film, but I can see why people say it's the best movie ever made. It stars Tim Robbins, Morgan Freeman, James Whitmore is Brooks, Clancy Brown, Mr. Krabs is in this movie, which is just hilarious, knowing that Mr. Krabs is swearing like a sailor in this movie. I see what I did there. I'm clever. Give me money. Companies, I'll write movies. But Shawshank Redemption stars Tim Robbins, who is believed to have killed his wife in a not a home invasion, but is believed to have killed his wife who was cheating on him. And so he's sent to Shawshank Prison, where he meets Morgan Freeman, who plays Red. They become friends as they spend their time together in jail, and it's over the span of, I want to say it's 10 to 15 years, and it's really good. They meet the librarian Brooks, played by James Whitmore, who is the scene, like the one thing I'll spoil about this movie, the scene where Brooks gets out is fucking beautiful, because the scene starts with him holding a fucking knife to one of the inmates' throats because he doesn't want to leave. He's been in there for 40 years. It's all he knows is the prison. Eventually, they convince him, put the knife down and whatever. Don't stab the inmate that they've known and become friends with. And Brooksy leaves, and they get a letter from Brooks in prison, and they're reading it out, and and they're seeing, and we're seeing Brooks' life as he's gotten a job as a bagger at a shopping. At a grocery store. I don't know why I couldn't think of grocery store, but I couldn't. And just going about his life, and he's staying at this little place that the prison got for him, and just talking about he can't adapt, he doesn't know what to do, and how everything's so fast now because he's been in there, because this takes place, I believe, in the 50s. It's like 40 years ago, barely anyone had a car, now everyone does, and it's going through that. And the letter ends as he hangs himself, and it's a really beautiful, powerful scene in this movie, and it's fucking heartbreaking because you get to know Brooks for an hour in the movie, and then he's like, "Oh, you're like, hell yeah, let's go, awesome for you, Brooks." And then he can't adapt, and he's mentioned this, and Red mentioned this before in the movie, how they take away your humanity and then they send you out into the world and expect you to adapt just like that. And it's a really good film. It's a really, really, really good film. In the end, the last maybe 45 minutes. Funny enough, after Brooks dies, the movie gets really, really good. And it's not because Brooks is bringing the movie down. Obviously, Brooks is one of my favorite characters in the movie. But as soon as Brooks dies, the movie becomes kind of something else. It's really goddamn good. It's a really goddamn good movie. I don't want to spoil it too much, but fuck, it's a really, really, really good movie. And all I can say is just check it out. Really, just check out this movie. Pay 100% attention to it because fuck, it's a good movie. It's really, really good. I'd argue it's a masterpiece. It is really, really, really good. Morgan Freeman and Tim Robbins are great in this movie. They give some of the best performances I've seen on a movie. So Shawshank Redemption, I was happy to have that for $5. I was happy when I finally watched it. It was really, really good. So Shawshank Redemption, check it out. It's one of the greatest movies ever made. And what a way to follow it up. Number 4, we've got Billy Madison. What a way to follow up the Shawshank Redemption. Billy Madison coming in at number 4. It stars Adam Sandler. I gotta remember the teacher's name. Bradley Whitford's in this season, Cabin in the Woods. Bridget Wilson's in this. Norm Macdonald, rest in peace, is in this movie. He drew a battle with cancer, so no. There's a joke in there, but I fucking butchered it. I butchered a Norm Macdonald joke. I'm very, very sorry. But yeah, Adam Sandler is this really dumb grown-up called named Billy Madison. And yeah, he's nearly assigned his dad's company, but he has to go back to school 2 weeks each grade and pass up until the last grade of high school if he wants to get the business. And it shows him as he's interacting with the students, likes one of the teachers. It's a really, really funny movie, and yeah, it's one of those I can just put on whenever and I'll be happy and I'll enjoy it. So it's a movie and yeah, a comedy about an overwhelming underachiever. Exactly. As the tagline says, it's a really great movie. Really, really funny. Adam Sandler's best movie in my opinion. It's just so super funny, super really, really funny. And yeah, Billy Madison. Not much to necessarily analyze about the movie. Yeah, not much to analyze about the movie. So yeah. Coming in, we are entering the top 3. There are a total of 3 movies left. Can you guys guess what movies they are? I don't know if any of you guys could, but spoiler, they might be the same movies as my top 3 from last year. I actually don't remember what my top 3 from last year was. I forget. But coming in at number 3 is Clue, the movie. This is the funniest movie I've ever seen, in my opinion. It's Billy Madison's a close second, but this is the funniest movie I've ever seen. Ellen Brennan, Tim Curry, Madeleine Kahn, Christopher Lloyd, Martin Mull, and Leslie Ann Warren. This cast is absolutely hilarious. I love this movie. It's based on the board game, which when I first saw it, I was like, okay, this isn't going to be that great. 5 minutes in, I was laughing like crazy, and this feels like a movie that just so happened to have a similar plot to the board game, that they just changed the characters' names and called the movie Clue and labeled it as a board game movie, because this movie is absolutely hilarious. This movie does something with each and every character that you would not have thought to do. There's some slapstick in there. It's really, really funny. A lot of it's smart. Like, just one joke. There's a part in the opening where Michael McKean is coming up to the house, and he's kind of a shaky, awkward, kind of nerdy guy. And there's the dog. He's on a chain. He's barking at him. Tim Curry comes out. He's like, "You sit." And Michael McKean just goes to the bench and sits. He's like, "No, not you. Get inside." And it's really funny. That's just one of the weakest jokes in the movie, which is still fucking hilarious. And this movie is just really, really funny. Of course, if you guys know Clue, the board game, you know the movie. These 7 characters are getting blackmailed by a really poor Steven Seagal lookalike. Before he was fat and ugly, when he was just ugly. No, Steven Seagal, that's a joke. Don't fucking play your blue stuff at me, please. I will die just from listening to that. But Clue, these 7 characters are getting blackmailed by Mr. Black, I think his name, Mr. Black, and he ends up dying, and we have to figure out who killed him with what object in what room, and it's really funny. There's 3 different endings, which is genius, because when this released, different theaters got different endings. It's not like the DVD where they show all 3 endings, where it's like, oh, well, that could have been, what about this? And, the ending scene where they're revealing what's going on and Tim Curry's going through everything, oh, God, that's one of the funniest scenes I've ever seen in a movie. And just the amount of shit they're doing to Michael McKean. And I almost feel bad for Michael McKean, but, like, goddamn, he's such a good physical actor. Him and Michael Richards honestly should have done a movie together in the 90s because they would have been hilarious together. But yeah. I was saying something. And I forget what I was saying. But, I can't remember what I was saying. I'm the big dumb. But yeah, Clue. It's a fun movie. Go watch it. I'm going to stop rambling about 2 really, really funny movies back to back when I just brought up Shawshank Redemption at number 5. Number 2, you guys probably know the top 2 favorite movies. I mentioned these movies a shit ton on stream. But number 2 is The Edge of 17. This movie stars Haley Steinfeld, Woody Harrelson, Kira Sedgwick, Haley Lou Richardson, Blake Jenner. This is just a really, really great movie. This movie was written and directed by Kelly Fremon Craig. Kelly Fremon Craig, who her directorial debut makes this, honestly, she should just retire. Because I don't think there's any way she's going to top this movie. With it being her first movie, it's actually crazy how good she made her first movie. I'm going to tell the story every year for the 25 Days of Harry, I think. I remember first seeing this movie, or first seeing a trailer for this movie, at my sister's place in 2016. She was living. She put on, one of her friends put on a funny a comedy movie trailer compilation or whatever. And for some reason, I was watching it. I was playing on her tablet. I was playing WWE Supercard, and for some reason, I just remember seeing part of the trailer, and I was like, huh. And I got infatuated. I was like, huh, okay, that might be okay. That seems like it's a decent movie. And then Haley Steinfeld seems like whatever, you know. I was like, okay, it's probably a really indie movie. It'll be hard to find. I was like, okay, Edge of 17. And then, like, for some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about that title, The Edge of 17. I was like, okay, let me look it up. I was like, oh, shit, it's coming out soon. And I was asking my parents, hey, can we go see this movie? And I was like, maybe. And I didn't get to see it. But for some reason, somehow, before this movie came out on Blu-ray, I found a theater rip that was Blu-ray quality pretty much. And so what I did is on my PS3, I put the movie on a USB key, and I don't know if it's there anymore. I hope somehow there's the USB key around here with the movie still on it. But I put the USB key in my PS3, loaded up the movie, turned up the volume a little bit, and shut my lights and watched the movie like it was in a theater. And when I was done with it, I was like, holy shit, that was a really, really good movie. That was really, really good. And then I want to say it was 2 months later, in November of 2 months later, nearing Christmas, funny enough. My parents could have actually saved this to give this for me for Christmas. It would have been a great Christmas gift. But they had gone out to Videotron one day after getting groceries. And I remember this like so clearly for some reason. They had told me, put away the groceries and we have something for you. Put away the groceries for them. They don't, not, for those worried, not in an abusive way, just like a playful, like, hey, if you can put the groceries away, that'd be great. We have something for you after, something like that. So don't worry. No abuse in this household. The only abuse is of DVDs being played over and over again. That is the only abuse that goes on in this household, or these households, along with me slamming down movies. I don't slam down DVDs I hate. I keep all my movies. There's a reason I'm trying to think of a bad movie that I have. There's a reason I don't own any movies on the top 10 most hated films list. That's all I'm going to say. But seriously, so I put the groceries away and whatever, and it was a really small kitchen, so it was like, all right, put that there, put that there, put that there. I barely had to move. But they're like, okay, do you want this now or do you want it, for Christmas? And I was like, fuck that, I want it now. I didn't say that, obviously, because I was like 15. I was like, no, I'll take it now. I don't mind, Looking back, I should have said I'll wait till Christmas, but I was an impatient little shit back then. So I said, oh, I'll take it now. And they pulled out this. Because I had asked them, hey, if you could look for Edge of 17 at Videotron, that'd be really, really great. And And like, okay, we will. And I was like, okay, yeah, they're not going to find it, Because I was still under the impression, like, okay, it's a little bit of an independent movie. It got released. A theater rip came out because who's going to care about this movie? Whatever, And this before I realized that STX and VVS Films, not a massive studio, but they're like kind of big. They produce some good movies, And so they pulled this out and I was like, oh my God, no way. And still in here, even still, I have the receipt that they paid $22 for this, and I have the G rating that it got, the G rating sticker. I still have those in this, and I opened this and I was like, oh my God, thank you guys, thank you so much, thank you, and I was really, really happy. Go downstairs, watch the movie, and I've watched this thing, God, I've watched this movie maybe 70 times, honestly, and I've not tired of this movie once. I watch this movie, a lot of the time I'll watch it just to fall asleep, because I'm like, alright, I need someone to fall asleep, we got no Wi-Fi or something, or like, alright, YouTube's not loading or whatever, what am I going to watch? And I'm like, oh, I'm too lazy to put on the TV. It's like, oh, Edge 17, easy, So basically this movie, finally getting to the plot of this movie, this movie stars Haley Steinfeld as Nadine. She's a teenager, who I forget if they explain that she is 16 or she's 17. The Edge of 17 would explain that she's 16, but I think she's actually 17 in this movie. And she discovers that her best friend is starting to go out with her brother. And she, not like her best friend is going out with her brother, but like going out with like Nadine's brother. Not like there's incest in this movie. Like, hey, Nadine's best friend is going out with Nadine's brother. There we go. I've clarified that for no one who needed clarifying. Because you fucking understood what I meant. I am the big dumb. But her best friend starts going out with her brother. That sounds so weird to say now. And she is trying to deal with that, along with just complications of being a teen. Woody Harrelson plays Mr. Brunner, and he's fucking hilarious. Woody Harrelson is a national treasure, and he needs to be kept away from being a national tragedy like 9/11. Anyone who knows me knows. If my best friend's watching this far into the video, she just laughed her ass off. Kira Sedgwick, who is known from that one show she's on. Why can't I remember that show? Alright, never mind. I tried to ask my dad what show it was. Not The Wire. It's the Office. Not The Office. The something. She's in that one show. It might say on the back. Actually, never mind. It doesn't. But she plays her mom. She's pretty good in this movie. Kira Sedgwick is pretty good in this, but Haley Steinfeld, no doubt the show-stealing lead actor's role in this movie. Because the first time I saw it, I was like, okay, she might be decent, whatever. I've never heard of her. Or no, I had heard of her because of her song "Love Myself." I was like, okay, she has decent, vocals. Maybe she can act, and she was really good in this movie. There's a reason she's taken up acting more than music, even though she's great musically. There's a reason she's more of an actor. And I actually didn't realize that. I completely forgot as well. She started out as an actor, but enough of my Adam Sandler sounds. But seriously, this movie is incredible. Not a lot of people are going to like really love it, but I love it because of the nostalgia, because of the memories I have with it, and just how good this movie is and how relatable it was for me a couple years back. And which is funny because I haven't lost my mom or my dad, which is funny that I relate so much to this movie. And I haven't had a family member date my best friend. So, funny how I relate to this movie without actually relating to it. But, this is a really, really good movie. Check it out. I'm not going to say too much about the plot aside from that, but check it out. Nadine's a really, really good character. I've had a lot of theory videos planned over the years, but I'm realizing now a lot of them are fucking dumb. And I'm probably not ever going to actually look at them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, my number one favorite movie of all time. You guys know it. I saw this in theaters. I bought this on DVD the first chance I had. I just love this movie. I've seen it 5 or 6 times now. And every single time, it gets better and better for me. I don't know if this movie is ever going to be dethroned as my favorite movie of all time. It might be, honestly. It might. But who knows? We'll see. But number one favorite movie of all time. You guys know it by now. Number one, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This movie Where the fuck do I even begin? It's Quentin Tarantino, Brad Pitt, it's Leonardo DiCaprio, it's Margot Robbie, it's Al Pacino, it's fucking Maya Hawke's in this for a while, it's fucking Kurt Russell, it's Margaret Crowley's in this, it's Dakota Fanning, it's Bruce Dern, it's Timothy Omprat, I forget how to say his name, it's Emil Hirsch. This movie has one of the greatest all-star casts of all time. Fucking Quentin Tarantino. Again, I can't get over it. It's Quentin Tarantino. Margot Robbie is beautiful as always in this movie. Leonardo DiCaprio gives maybe his best performance. Brad Pitt gives maybe his best performance. But it might be 7. I'm honestly torn about that. This movie stars Cliff Booth and his stunt, Rick Dalton and his stunt double Cliff Booth. Cliff Booth. And it pretty much just follows their lives. Rick Dalton is an actor who is known for a show known for a show, why can't I remember the fucking name of the show? Why can't I remember the name of the show? I remember so many other little details. Why can't I remember the name of the show? Am I dumb? Bounty Law. He started on an old cowboy show, Bounty Law, in the 50s. And we are now in I think it starts in 70 or 67, I think. No, it's 69. It takes all the way through 69, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, he's faded out. He wanted to try and get a movie career. It didn't work out. And now he's doing pilots and doing heavy roles as the heavy on TV shows, as they put in the movie. And yeah, and it's basically him trying to get his career back off the tracks. And it's a really goddamn good movie. Al Pacino, Dunkachino plays a guy who, not Merrick, it's Schwartz. He plays Mr. Schwartz, who is trying to get him in Italian westerns, as Leonardo DiCaprio says, but trying to get him in Italian western movies, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to do them because have you ever seen a good Italian western film? Is his excuse, and yeah. And it's just, it goes through a lot of I can't describe every little thing bit by bit because it's just a movie that you have to watch. It's 3 hours long, and this is the one movie where I can watch it and it's 3 hours and watch it entirety and be hooked for the entire thing. Margot Robbie, as I chose for the poster, because I've showcased Leo and Brad enough. Margot deserves a little bit of attention. But she plays, why can't I remember her fucking name? Why can't I remember her name? God damn. Who was the one that was murdered in 69 by the Mansons? It doesn't say. How am I genuinely cannot remember. Why can I not remember? It's going to come to me in a minute, boys. It's going to come to me like Bounty Law did. She is, Wrecking Crew, not Laura Dern. Why am I thinking of Laura Dern? She is, wow, Roman Polanski's wife. Why am I this stupid? I can't think right now. What is Margot Robbie's character's name in this movie? I'm looking at her. I know the character's name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Why can't I remember? Oh my god, wow. Genuinely, why can't I remember this? Wow. Okay, no, I need to look this up, guys. I'll be right back. I need to look this up real quick. Sharon Tate. Margot Robbie plays Sharon Tate. There we go. Yeah, we follow her a little bit as she does some stuff throughout the movie. But yeah, it's a really great film. I don't want to spoil much about the movie. I don't want to spoil the last hour and a half of the movie, but it is a masterpiece. In my opinion, the closest to a perfect movie we're going to get if it weren't for Quentin Tarantino's foot fetish being present throughout the film. To be fair, most of his films. But yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is a fucking as near perfect as a movie as I think you are ever going to get, in my opinion. I love this movie so much. It is absolutely incredible, great film. God, genuinely, it's a really good film. Honestly, I can't. The last half an hour of this movie is so good. Again, Quentin Tarantino's foot fetish in this movie, and the actor who's going to be in the new Scream movie, the one who looks like a really pale-faced Asian Billie Eilish, without the big boobs, is in this movie. She plays one of the Manson people, and she is so bad in this movie. It takes this movie from being a 10 and makes it a 9.5, honestly. She is that bad in this movie. But god damn it, I still love this movie despite her. And if she was recast, if they refilmed those scenes without her, it'd be a 10 out of 10. Because any actor you get other than her is going to be perfect in that role. But Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, god damn it, this is just a perfect movie, perfect opening, perfect ending, perfect middle, perfect everything. Aside from that one actor. The foot fetish stuff you can get aside, like a performance in a movie like that, such a crucial role in the final 30 minutes, you can't get rid of. You know, you can't just chop her out of the movie, because if you've seen the movie, you know. But this movie is absolutely perfect, near as perfect a movie as you can get. Love it so much. I can rewatch this over and over and over and over and over again. But it's a great film. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, please, guys, check it out. And holy shit, we did it! All 100 movies, boys. We did it. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a 5-hour-long video, and it's going to be coming out Christmas 26th. December 26th. But hey, I don't care as long as this video is out nearly on time, guys. Thank you all so much for suffering through this 5-hour-long video. My throat is nearly destroyed. But yeah, we finally got through this video, 5 hours. Holy shit, guys. Thank you guys for coming through this journey with me. Thank you guys for coming through 25 Days of Harry with me. If you guys watched every single video, you're awesome. If you watched one, you're awesome. Thank you guys for giving the channel a chance. Thank you guys for trying to watch every video if you guys did. It is much appreciated. I love every single one of you guys. That is going to do it for today's video. And ending 25 Days of Harry and ending the year. Holy shit, what a way to end the year, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Harry Rice. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, favorite, share, and everything, which includes, but it's not limited to, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr, and everything else. My name is Harry Rice. Subscribe to my Puff Club, drive to Hazy Clubs, drive to Hub Up, subscribe to the D Nation if you're a member of the Mod Squad. Thank you for moderating any comments on your streams and or any videos. Merry Christmas, boys. I forgot to say, Merry fucking Christmas. I hope you guys had the best Christmas that you guys could have ever had. And I hope this video only added to your Christmas. Because holy shit, I had a hell of a fun time. I hope you guys in the comments did. I'm looking over there right now. Hello there. Faggio. Rick Nelson. I'm saying random names and I'm hoping you guys are coming by. Bane. How's it going, Bane? Yeah, I hope you guys are coming by because obviously I can't see the comments. It's being recorded 5 days in advance. But yeah, holy shit, guys. Links in the description are the Amazon wishlist, the PayPal, the Amazon wishlist, the PO box, and the PayPal. If anything is sent my way, it is much greatly appreciated. If anything is sent my way during the month of November and December, they will be unboxed during a special Christmas Eve live stream like last night was. Big shout out to Bane. Any other months you will get a video of me unboxing whatever it is. If anything is sent my way, obviously after Christmas and the remainder of the month of December, obviously it'll be opened then. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching again. The Amazon wishlist, the PO box, and the PayPal. If anything is sent my way, it is much greatly appreciated. The PayPal, if anything is sent my way, we are in the middle of the computer fund, in which if we fund over $1,000, I will get myself a new computer. It is a long stretch goal, but you know what? Hey, fuck it, why not? The Discord is in the description. If you guys want to check it out, that is much greatly appreciated. I post notifications every time I go live and every time I post a video. We talk on there. We got a Come Zone. We got the lounges for every NHL team. Hell yeah, guys. So we got all of that in there. We also have the Twitch. As soon as I get a headset for my PlayStation 4, I will be able to stream because I have the computer. I do have a computer. I have the PlayStation, obviously. I have the games. I have the controller. I just need the headset, which I've tried to get for a few months, but I have not been able to get the money just yet, unfortunately. So yeah, excuse me. There's that, and yeah, I plan on streaming, like I said, as soon as I get a headset, which who knows when it'll be. Who knows? Maybe I got it today for Christmas. I doubt it, but who knows? I'll probably just have to buy myself it eventually, unless you guys want to be an awesome subscriber and get it for me on the Amazon wishlist. Who knows? Who really knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? No, but seriously, the Twitch. We also have the, what do we have down in the description? We have the, I forget. We have the speedrunning account. I want to get more into speedrunning. I've not been doing it the past couple months, unfortunately. I've been playing a few games here and there, but not speedrunning, unfortunately. I do really, really want to get back into speedrunning, though. I'd love to. So, who knows? Maybe in the future I will. Who knows? Hopefully. But if you want to check out any of the records I used to have, you can check them out in the description. I'm sorry for coughing on the Christmas tree. COVID, hell yeah. But yeah, and the final thing in the description is the letterbox. Check it out if you want to know what movies I love, or if you just watch the video and you want to see other movies that I love, then you can check out the link in the description. If you want to check out movies I hate, I had the top 10 most hated movies. But if you want to see other movies I dislike, check out the letterbox, guys. I try to update it as much as I can with movies, with short movie rating, star ratings. So yeah, if you want to know what movies I just recently watched, go on there, I guess. TV shows, I don't know because they don't have them. But yeah, guys, that is going to do it for today's video, guys. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. Holy shit, my name is Harry Rice, and I am out. Stay classy, boys. I'm Mordial, and always remember, no matter how bad they are like this year, or how good they are like last year, go Habs, go, baby. Thank you guys for watching. My name is Harry Rice, again, and I am out. Stay classy, boys. Again, thank you guys if you watched the whole video. Thank you guys so much. You guys deserve a reward. Have a fucking cookie. Go eat some Christmas chocolate on behalf of me. Thank you guys. My name is Harry Rice, and I am out. Peace, boys. Love you guys. Stay classy. See you guys in the future. Bye. Now, I'm doing that again because that was fucked. Why can't I get the snap right? Good enough. There you go, boys. Stay classy, boys. I'll do it one more time. Peace.